Okay, so I will admit the respondent here. Okay, and we're live.
Okay, so I see Mr. Zatko, but I don't see his video. Is he going to come in on video? And I see the respondent. Are we all set?
Yep, we've got all parties here, and we are now recording and live streaming onto the YouTube site. So I'll hand it over to you, Madam Chair.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. Good morning and welcome to the Canmore Local Assessment Review Board hearing. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll number 20498, and the address is 304 600 Spring Creek Drive. I'll start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Vi Sanford. I'm a councillor with the town of Canmore, and I am the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are Sean Crousert and Andrea Williams. Does anybody have any objection to the panel as constituted?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Zatko? You're muted.
Is it possible for Mr. Zatko to also be on video?
Click it.
No, Madam Chair. This is fine.
Okay. Would it be possible for you to be on video, Mr. Zatko?
We're trying to do that now.
Okay. Are you familiar with the functions of this program?
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Good. Now we can see you.
Yes, thank you.
So to review that, nobody has any problems with the constitution of this panel.
No.
Great.
No.
Thank you. I'm now going to have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant. Would you please state for the record your name, organization, and your role in the hearing? And please indicate whether you are the owner of the property under complaint.
Yes, my name is Gary Zatko. This is Unit 304 at 600 Spring Creek Drive, and I am the owner of the unit.
Okay. And thank you. Now to the respondent's representative, would you please state for the record your name, your organization, and your position with the municipality?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lance Wayloggy. I'm with Benchmark Assessment Consultants. I am the appointed assessor for the town of Canmore, and I will be the respondent on behalf of the town here today.
Okay. And could you just repeat the pronunciation of your last name? I don't see it on your screen, that's why. So
Sure. It's Wayloggy.
Wayloggy? Mr. Wayloggy?
Yes.
So the next item would be the Local Assessment Review Board's standard practice is to have the complainant present all of their evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent, and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant, and then the panel. The complainant will have an opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final argument and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. If anybody needs a break or if a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address these things as we go. Now, if anybody loses their connection to Zoom, I'm assuming that they can just click the link again and come back in. Can I confirm that?
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, if you do lose connection or get bumped out at any time, just use the original link that you had and you'll go through the waiting room again and we'll let you back in.
Okay. So if we notice that somebody leaves the meeting unintentionally, we'll wait for you to come back, okay? So just try and log back in almost immediately if you can. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as laid out?
It's Gary Zacco here. I have a question. We had a request that my colleague Ron Honka would also present today as well. And we were requesting your permission that he could join this meeting.
Okay, so this would be considered a preliminary matter. And your request is to have 2 hearings concurrently, so you presenting together. And
Yes.
my thoughts on that, and I'll ask for also input from the board, is that if we hear the evidence from the first hearing, and then we can roll over the information from the first hearing to the second hearing, which is similar to the first hearing because it's the same building. And you'd like to have your evidence presented for both addresses, I understand.
That's correct. Ron and I prepared the proposal that we would be presenting to you today. So we've coordinated the information and the responses. Midway through the PowerPoint presentation, I would deal with Unit 304. At that time, when I finished my presentation, Ron would deal with Unit 310, and then we would conclude our presentation to the committee.
Okay, so would the board like to discuss how to do that, how best to do that?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine. Whatever is your preference, whether they're heard together or consecutively. We could hear them both this morning, and if they're consecutive, it could just be that Mr. Zatko, when it comes to that time in the middle, he could present about 304, and then if we heard the next hearing, then all of that previous evidence would be rolled over, and all we would have to hear is about Unit 310. And similarly with the respondents' evidence, because it's very similar with respect to both. They could just roll over, and the respondent wouldn't have to give a full presentation again. He could just perhaps summarize and any specific comments with or additional comments with respect to 310. So I'm fine either hearing them together or consecutively, but we can deal with them both this morning.
Ms. Williams, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think it makes sense to, I think the way Sean, you're outlining it makes sense to me.
Okay. Well, I would prefer to hear the hearings consecutively so that Mr. Zacko made his presentation regarding 304, and then roll over the information to a second hearing, which we can hear right after for 310. And then we'll just roll the information over from one. That's anything that's repeated. We can roll from one hearing to the next. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Zacko?
Yes.
Yes.
If I might ask a question of clarification, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Crosser.
Should the other, Mr. Hunka, should he be allowed into this room so that he can hear things directly, and maybe that might save some overlap? I know he could watch on the stream, but do you think he can be in this hearing right now?
Would the clerk like to comment on that?
Sure, that's no problem. We can definitely allow him in into the meeting, and he can just be muted and without video so that he is sort of an active observer but not participating in this current hearing. And then we just turn on video and sound for him when we start his hearing right after.
I think that would be a good idea. Then he'll know what we've discussed, and then Mr. Zatko can stop his presentation just before it comes to the second hearing then.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And if there's anything that Mr. Hunka wants to review or reiterate from the first hearing, you know, that he feels is most relevant to his, then he can highlight it or review it, but he'll know what's been presented in the first hearing as well.
Mhm.
Is that okay?
And Madam Chairman, it's Gary Zatko again. So the idea is to present the basics at the initial part of the presentation. I would
Right.
deal with the specifics of 304. I would end that, and Ron would then present 310. And then if possible, if all the technology works out, we have a few concluding comments, and then we would turn it over to you.
Well, what I would prefer is if you waited until this to his hearing, and you could wrap up your comments at the front at the end of your hearing.
Okay, fine, thank you.
And if it needs to be reviewed in the next hearing, we could also, but we don't, what we're trying to avoid here is to, we're trying to deal with each complaint separately because there are different documents attributed to each complaint. And, but also not repeat information that's relevant to both documents. And so we can roll that information over from one hearing to the next. And we've done this in several other cases. So we're quite used to doing that. And that's
okay. Thank you.
All right. So that's the way we will proceed.
Okay, so I'm going to let Ron Hunka into the meeting, and then
Okay.
depending on if he was watching it on the live stream, we might have to repeat a little bit of this to clarify how this will work. So we'll admit him to the meeting.
I'm just waiting to see his screen pop up.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we see Mr. Hunka. Good morning. And you're muted, so you will be muted for the first hearing with Mr. Zatko's presentation. And he will stop his presentation, PowerPoint presentation, just before it comes to reference to 310. And everything that he stated in his presentation will be rolled over to the next hearing, which will be, we'll hear it consecutively.
So just to clarify, so just so we're all on the same page, that Mr. Zatko will do a full presentation, including his closing remarks. And then the respondent will respond to Mr. Zatko's property only. And then it goes back to Mr. Zatko. And then once that hearing has been closed, then we will start a new hearing for Mr. Hunka and be able to carry over all evidence that was presented in the first hearing.
Yes,
Okay.
that's how I understand it. And I think we're all in agreement with that. Okay. I see that both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. And to save time, I propose that we mark all documents for the record now. That won't stop anybody raising questions about admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everybody comfortable with this procedure? Mr. Zatko?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
ma'am.
Revaluation, okay. So the evidence presented as previously disclosed, we have complainant's evidence. And what I have for complainant's evidence is I've got pages 1 to 17 as a document. The 2020 assessment appeal for tax roll. And it's including both properties. So
Correct.
that C1, so that's page 1 to 17.
Correct.
Marking that C1. And then I've got one page, which is a floor plan, a survey from 1993 for unit 304.
Correct.
And I'm marking that C2. Okay. And then I've got the rebuttal. And that's page C, that would be C3, and that's 1 to 6 pages, 6-page rebuttal.
Correct.
And that's all I have for documents for 304.
Correct.
And then from the respondent, I've got a document that's 75 pages. As R1,
That's correct.
so page 1 to 75. So R1 is 1 to 75, and that's all I have from the respondent.
Correct.
All right. So if we're in agreement that those are the documents we're referring to today, we can start with the complainant's evidence.
And Madam Chair, I have a PowerPoint presentation summarizing the information in those documents, and I'd seek your permission to put that up on the screen now and go through that.
Okay. Is the clerk, that's okay for Mr. Zatko to share his screen? He has the functionality to do that?
Yes, he does.
Okay, great. Yes, we would be happy to see the presentation now then.
May I commence?
Yes, please. Are you trying to share your screen? We don't see anything yet.
Why is it?
We are trying to share it, yes.
Okay,
It worked yesterday.
Why is it there? Not there.
Hmm.
Just, I'm going to close it and try and open it again. It doesn't show up today.
Hmm.
I don't know why it's not showing. There's nothing different about it.
Do you see that screen?
No, it's not
Not yet.
there.
So just to double check, you're at the bottom of the screen, you've gone to share screen and then clicked on your PowerPoint presentation. It should give you options of which screen you want to share or what part of your screen you want to share.
Say yes.
Yes.
I'm just going to see if there's anything on our end that allows us to request something here or.
It's not there.
Well,
So
We're-
have you opened up your PowerPoints separately? If you minimize this screen, then open up the PowerPoint. And then open up, maximize your Zoom screen again, then start to share your screen, and it should pop up as an option to click on.
No, it's not there this
Hmm.
time. It's not even there. It doesn't show it like the way it did yesterday.
wow, it was just so seamless yesterday. I don't know what's happening now. I apologize.
So is that program already open?
Yeah. Are you able to see your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Another option perhaps would be if you want to.
There it is.
Oh,
There we go.
There it is. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Great. Looks like we've
May
got liftoff.
Okay, may I commence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Are
you.
you able to hit start slideshow or something like that so that it,
I
okay.
Well, I was simply going to go page up and page down. So comes up.
Okay.
How's that? So may I commence?
Yes, I was just trying to get my screen to be a little bit bigger, but I think that's all I can do, so. Okay, yes, please start.
Okay, thank you. The documents are a little different than, Madam Chairman, which you outlined, but basically we're talking about 3 disclosure packages from myself, from Benchmark, and then our response back to Benchmark. And our
Okay.
objectives are to integrate those documents and give you our perspective of what is happening, what our recommendations are, and why. Please stop me at any point if you have a question or a comment. Basically, this is an owner's view of the assessment process. And basically, one of our main points is that we pay taxes on assessments. And that is the result of sales, adjusted sales, and mass appraisal regression models. And our lenses are the basic criteria that are used for assessing the fairness of assessments in residential units. And Ron and I prepared this together, so Ron is listening to this, so hopefully we will not repeat a lot of that when his time commences. The overview of the process is to give you a sense of how we see it as a homeowner. Benchmark provided us with a very good explanation of the mass appraisal process that they did use. So thank you very much. There were 16 units of Moraine Ridge used in their sales sample of 984 units. And they plotted that out, and I'm not going to go over it in detail because I'm sure Lance will as well, and he is the professional in this area. One of the factors developed were sales assessment ratios and time adjusted ratios, and they were plotted for 36 months and I'm sure he will go into that. The complainants looked at that data, and we wanted to know not only how it affected units 304 and 310, but how it mapped against Moraine Ridge, because there were some areas about the assessment we weren't quite sure about, but we had to work with the data to try and get a handle on it. One of the key things that we identified is that Benchmark's application of their results changed the entire market valuation structure of Moraine Ridge, and that had a number of implications for units 304 and 310, and that's what we will be talking about today. So let me explain that a bit more. The documentation, the 75 pages from Benchmark was very good. They outlined a whole number of court cases, and the messages were pretty clear. The onus is on us to demonstrate that the requested assessment value is indeed correct, the assessment value that we are requesting. Year-over-year assessments really is not a sufficient reason for demonstrating that the assessment is incorrect. And Benchmark's assessment is really independent of any previous assessments. They're not responsible for what happened previously. They were contracted by the town. They applied the methodology and provided the recommendations to the town of Canmore. The mass appraisal process is a unit-specific approach. 984 cases over 36 months were put into the mass appraisal model, and assessments were then generated. The core cases that Lance provided to us did not appear to outline a standard of proof required to set aside the benchmark assessments. We're not making this appeal based on assessment increases. What we're focusing in on is the distribution of assessments amongst the units of Moraine Ridge that we feel affect fairness and fairness and issues relative to the assessment values. When we looked at the overall results for Moraine Ridge, there are a number of issues that impacted the values for unit 304 and 310. This is an overview of a graphic we put in our document. I think it's page 1 of the document number 1, Madam Chairman. It just summarizes what we saw happening. Kelly Larson's appraisal process in 2019 increased all units by 10% right across the board. Benchmark consultants had a different set of results. 42% of the units had the increases in assessments and 58 had decrease in assessments. Units 310 and 304 were 2 of the units that had increases in assessments. Unit 310 was assessed at 634, and Ron is requesting that to 560. Unit 304 was assessed at 701, and we're requesting a reassessment at $650,000. Along the right portion of the graphic are a number of the factors that we did look at. I'm not going to go through it all. It's in our documentation, but I will focus on 4 of those aspects as I go through the presentation. Any questions to date?
You can make your full presentation and then we'll ask you questions at the end of that.
Okay, thank you. From a owner's point of view, we received from a Benchmark the proposed assessment values. We did not get all the information that we eventually plotted against these. So we had sales and adjusted sales. And what we looked at off the public rolls in town of Canmore were the resulting assessments in 2020, and that's publicly available. when we put those two pieces of information together, the adjusted sales were increased by an average of 10.1%. The assessments were decreased by an average of 6.3%. And that's a swing of about 16.4%. At that point, we started asking why and how did that impact Moraine Ridge and specifically units 304 and 310. Some of the things that happened, we requested square footage from Benchmark for the 16 units. We were provided with 5. We were able to get the square footage from other public documents, and that's what we eventually mapped, trying to get a view of what was going on. And I'll show you that in a minute. This slide is the slide that kicked it off for us. The basic idea is we have the role, sales data, the address, square footage, sales price, adjusted price, the 2020 assessment. So that's new information that was added to what was provided to us from Benchmark. And we looked at the difference between the adjusted price and sales price for each unit. And overall, the adjusted prices were increased, as you can see at the bottom, by 10.1%. And there are differences, obviously, then from the adjusted sales and the assessment. The key thing for us that started directing us in terms of what we wanted to analyze was the difference between the adjusted sales and assessment. It was dropped by 6.3%. So that particular slide, adjusted sales being increased by 10.1, the assessments decreased by 6.3 for a swing of 16.4. We were able to put together, using a whole combination of public sourced data, this was the map that we started working with to see how it rolled out against Moraine Ridge and units 304 and 310. Just to give you the overall picture, we have a lot of data, a lot of tables in our documents, and just as we're trying to get our head around this, you can see this is a tiered building. There's penthouse units, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. And what we see in column I, the overall assessment increases for Moraine Ridge were 3.2%, much different than with Kelly Larson Associates at 10% flat across the board. So it's not the assessment increase, it's the distribution of the assessment increases and how it affects 304 and 310. So you can see in column I, the assessments overall for the penthouse has gone down by 2.3%. 3rd floor down by 0.3%. And then the 2nd and ground floors, they've gone up by 4.4% on the 2nd floor and 11.1% on the ground floor. And the question we started asking ourselves is why, and how does that affect the fairness of the assessment for 304 and 310? These are the 4 factors Ron and I have chosen to focus in on this presentation. The first factor is that when we started working with the data, we found that there was a complete, or rather a significant reversal of previous assessment valuations of penthouse assessment values to ground floor. This represented a major change in the whole market valuation structure of Moraine Ridge. And maybe when Lance presents his information, he could address why the market has changed so dramatically in 1 year compared to 2019. Larger units have significant decreases in assessments. They really benefited in this assessment process, so they're really a minor contributor to the 3.2%. Smaller units, on the other hand, were a major contributor to the increases, and they really dramatically had their values go up. A very different pattern from previously, but our focus was in on the distribution of assessment increases and decreases in the unit and how it affected us. And there, as a result of the reworking of all the assessment values at Moraine Ridge, there are extreme variations that bothered us substantially in terms of equity of assessments throughout Moraine Ridge, and we were the beneficiaries, we believe, of some of that. This is the thing that really got us thinking about this and the fairness of it. In 2019, the average assessments by floor went from $576 per square foot down to the ground floor of $549 a square foot. The average assessments per square foot by benchmark reversed that, $553 on penthouse and increased to $600 on the ground floor. So similar databases, presumably, mass appraisal methodology being used. Why were these results so different, and what market evidence supports this? Now, in terms of Benchmark's presentation, mass appraisal methodology is a unit-based approach. I'm sure he will get into that. But when you roll it all up and you look at this particular graphic, it is a very significant change. And this then permeated its way throughout Moraine Ridge and impacted units 304 and 310. Just looking at some of the research on this, we know the mass appraisal is not an exact science, but stability, transparency, and predictability is really important in terms of public confidence in the mass appraisal process. So when we looked at 2019 and 2020, we saw very different outcomes. And again, similar databases, I'm assuming, Lance will clarify that, and similar methodology. So why the differences? Now, the presentation of mass appraisal methodology by Benchmark was very good. But what we didn't see in the presentation, and maybe Lance can comment on that when he makes his presentation, that it doesn't appear that in the methodology, the question is not addressed by the appraiser. How does that all roll out into the entire building, like Moraine Ridge condominium, and does it make sense? So does that make sense? If Benchmark thinks it does, I guess the question is why? We are not professional appraisers, so we can't address that. But it just seems that the mass appraisal technology is unit-based and doesn't address the question, what happens when you roll that out in an entire building, and does it make sense? The second point are larger units. They received an assessment of 1,300 square feet. They received a decrease of 11.9%. So there's some examples of what happened to larger units. 402 went from 932,000 in 2019 to 749,000 in 2020. That's a 20% reduction. The unit next to 304 went from 891,000 in 2019 to 755,000 in 2020. That's a 15% reduction. So they didn't contribute a whole lot to the overall increase in Moraine Ridge. And it's an observation that we started working with, and it has some implications now and later on in the presentation. It's interesting that when we looked at Benchmark's excellent presentation of the mass appraisal methodology, section 4.4 of Benchmark's response identified a growth curve of price increases from its sample of 984 units. So we tried to draw the connection between that growth curve, which is drawn for the 984 units, to all the decreases that we identified in larger units. And not being experts in the area, we could not see the connection on the surface. The unit 304 had the decreases in assessment per square foot for larger units were not passed on to 304. We'll show you later that unit 304 was the only larger unit to receive an increase in assessment of 6%. And we did not know the reason for that, and perhaps Lance can address that when he makes his presentation. Smaller units under 1,000 square feet received average increases of 20%. So unit 208 on the penthouse floor increased 23%. Unit 310, which is Ron's unit, increased 16%. And unit 107 on the ground floor was 40%. And we're just puzzled as to why there was such a significant change for smaller units in terms of the assessment increases and resulting taxes that these particular units would pay. Yeah, we have a lot of tables in our documents. This is just an example of what we looked at throughout the building by floor, by the entire building. And what this particular table illustrates in column F is the 10% flat increase that Kelly Associates produced in that year. And in column I is the 20.2% increase for small units that was produced as a result of Benchmark's methodology. These are extreme changes in Moraine Ridge and obviously affects unit 310 in this particular case substantially. Unit 310 is roll 20504. You can read across those numbers and you can see the increases in dollar amounts and percentage amounts for Ron's unit, which to us seems unreasonable. When you look at small units and larger units, you get this particular table. Smaller units under 1,000 increased by 20%, larger units decreased by 12%. It's a swing of 32%. These are not minor changes year to year. These are significant changes. The square footage with Benchmark's numbers are 676 per square foot to 492 per square foot. That's a difference of $183 per square foot. Kelly's numbers were 562 versus 573 for large units. That's a difference of $11.19. So what we have here is, an increase of some 15 times more than in 2019 by Kelly Associates. This seems very extreme to us and unreasonable. Smaller units, I think I've already gone through most of this. The last point would be extreme unit assessment differences on the same floor. In penthouse, third floor, second floor, and ground floor, you have differences that are huge between units, side by side, same view, etc. of up to 50%. This is only 2020 numbers as a result of Benchmark's appraisal process. These seem to us extreme differences and inequities in the building, and we'll get on to how that affects 304 and 310. This is the proposed assessments for the third floor. Ron and I are on the third floor. Column F is the 10% increase from Kelly Associates in 2019. Column I is the minus 0.3% reduction as a result of Benchmark's application in Moraine Ridge. Unit 304, which is my unit, has increased in column I by 6%. And Ron's unit in 310 has increased by 16.48%. And you can see unit 303, unit 303 has a decrease of 15%. That is the unit right next to me. This is a fairness and equity issue that Ron and I both have with this. And Ron's unit 310, right next to it is 309, different square footage, granted, but a difference, substantial difference between those two, a swing of 18%. So this all relates back to the decreases in larger units, in assessments, the increases in smaller units of their assessments, and the differentials that happen from the penthouse floor to the ground floor, which just reverse the market valuation structure of Moraine Ridge. And this is all interconnected in our view. This is the proposed assessments for the third floor if the board were to accept our recommendations. Just to be able to give you a perspective of what happens if you did accept our recommendations. The decrease in column I for the assessments on the third floor is 3.85%. One of the things that I hope Benchmark will talk to in their methodology is the sample that they used. They had 984 units in their sample, and how representative of Moraine Ridge are those 984 units. And we also would be very interested in understanding Benchmark's understanding of the market in Canmore that resulted in such dramatic changes of square footage value between penthouse and ground floor between 2019 and 2020. So I'm going to move on to proposed assessments for 3,000 for units 304 and 310. And I will just be talking about 304. This is an attempt to summarize what all of that other information, what it boils down to. It's not as elegant as the mass appraisal process. That's a very well-known process in Alberta, has many years of being refined. And this is taking all the information that we just went through and saying, here is our cut at the units that we think are fair to compare against unit 304. So,
can I ask for a moment,
yeah.
Mr. Zacko?
Yes.
You're giving us a presentation with tables do these tables correlate to pages in your disclosure documents?
There is nothing new here that is not in those documents.
Okay, but I have a lot of tables in this document, so could you possibly point me to the page? That
So
says
it's on page 9 of C1.
okay. Yeah, we're sort of flipping. I'm flipping pages and looking back and forth, so I can't quite see the numbers on your screen. So if I can look at,
Oh, you can't? Oh, no.
well, they're very small because I'm
They
also
Gee whiz.
page 9.
Page 9, yeah.
This particular table, the unit comparisons are 304.
Yes.
Yes, that is in C1,
Mhm.
and that is on page 7. Page 8, sorry. Page
Okay.
8.
Yeah, I didn't see it on page 9, but I do see it on page 8. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if it helps, I noticed that the labels of these tables where it says table 3 summary comparisons are the same labels. So you can look
Yes.
for
No,
table
they're the
3.
same labels, but they're on, it's
Yeah.
showing us tables from multiple page
Yeah.
locations, and
Sure.
trying to find the right table on the right page is hard. And I just found this one, so if you could, that's helpful. Thank you. Yes, please proceed.
Okay. So unit 304 had a 1301 square footage for the appraisal process, and we had a survey completed. It's 1246 instead of 1244. There's an error there, so my apologies. The units we're suggesting be looked at in terms of our appeal would be unit 303, which is next to 304. That's 1,575 square feet or $479 per square foot. Unit 205 is 1,410 square feet, and it's just below 304. That's at $435 per square foot. Unit 205 is an interesting one. It's the only sale in 2019. There are 3 sell prices and adjustment prices, and that has gone down substantially from, I think, $687,000 to $614,000. So the sales over 3 years have dramatically decreased, which is a different pattern than suggested in some of the data that I believe Benchmark has put forward. Unit 307 is a premier unit, and it's at 571. It's on the top floor because the numbers are very misleading. As you know, there are 4 tiers in this building. 302 is also a premier unit at 571, and 308 is about the same size as 304 at 1,255 square feet or 551. And we averaged that out at 521 and are recommending that the assessed value in 2020 for unit 304 would be $646,000 or $650,000 rounded. The next slides I'll go through them quickly. The minus 6.7% reduction assessment from adjusted sales for larger units, as I showed you earlier. I apologize for all the interconnectedness here, but this is how we look at it, is not reflected for 304, and we don't know why. The larger units had their assessments reduced by minus 14%. I think maybe that's 11.9%. This is not reflected for unit 304. And the average per square foot for larger units is $492 per square foot. So when I look at larger units, I see reductions all over the place, including in the original table that I could go back to in terms of adjusted sales for the 16 units. And I don't see that sort of reduction for unit 304, and I don't know why. The equity of treatment thing we have talked about. It's not something that is part of the methodology of mass appraisal methodology, but we share a common wall. They're assessed at $538 per square foot, and we're assessed at, unit 304 is assessed at $538 a square foot, and unit 303 is assessed at $479 a square foot. We think this is inequitable. The marketplace, this is unit 205, which I mentioned earlier. When you look at the data over 3 years, the adjusted sales price, that has been adjusted by benchmark, went from a high of $697 in 2016 to a low of $629 in 2017, a decline of 9.7%. When they looked at the assessed value for this particular unit, benchmark did, they pegged it at $619,000. This is representative of some of the data we've looked at, which is limited, but it's the data we have available. And Royal LePage had outlined that the prices in Canmore fell by 2.8% in 2019 over 2018. The other comparators we used were 307. It's a premier unit. It's $571. 302 is on the same floor at $1,575, and that has $571 per square foot. Again, benefiting by a decrease in assessment. And unit 308 is on the top penthouse floor and has superior views, and it's at $551.39. Incorrect size for 304. The survey says it's 1246. And 304 has the second highest assessment of increases in assessment value on its floor, except for Ron's unit at 310. So that's a lot of stuff that we have looked at. And this is the result of that analysis and our recommendation for the reassessment of the valuation of unit 304 as reasonable. And I think that's about it for me.
Okay.
I'm sorry you couldn't see the slides.
Well, I can see them. It's just the numbers are small. If I can refer to the pages, then I can look at the pages and I can see them better.
Yeah. Right. C1 is what you should be looking at, Madam Chairman. The graphics, all the tables are there. I wanted to end. Go ahead.
When present their when they do their presentation, they do it page by page or referencing pages. And so I know we're doing it a little bit differently here with the PowerPoint presentation. So it's just helpful if we can correlate the pages to what's in your PowerPoint. And I appreciate that when you did that. So if that's all that you have to present, your complaint, the next item on the agenda would be the respondents' questions to your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks again for the presentation, Mr. Zatko. So it was very good. I thought it was very easy to follow. Overall, I think I have a good understanding of your position and your request. I do have a couple of questions just for clarification, if you'll entertain me for a few minutes. Would you please turn to slide 9 on your PowerPoint presentation? And I believe that correlates to page 2 on your disclosure document.
Yes, page 2. That is correct.
I think it's the one. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I want to get your thoughts on the overall market value of the complex. And I want to direct your attention to column E. At the bottom, you've taken the 16 sales and you've averaged them, the adjusted sales, for an average sale price of $720,000. Next to it in column F, you've also averaged the assessments of those units at an average price of $672,000. So we have average sale prices adjusted at $720 versus the average assessment of those same units at $670. Would that not demonstrate to the board that the assessments are within a reasonable range of market value overall?
I think that's a fair statement.
And
until you unbundle it, as we did.
Yeah, I was just gonna extend on that as well. You'd made some comments about the time adjustment factors being applied. In your column D, you have just simply the raw sales data, and you've averaged that out the same at the bottom. The average sales data unadjusted is at 655,000.
Correct.
Compared to the same average assessment of those same units in column F at 672,000. So 655,000 versus 672,000. Would that also not demonstrate that the assessments are within a reasonable range of the market value of these units?
Yes.
And if I could get you to let's see here. It's page 9 on your disclosure. No, sorry, I believe it's page on your disclosure.
Page.
Page 8 on your disclosure. I'm not sure which slide it is on your PowerPoint. It's essentially table 3 is the one that I'm looking at.
Okay.
Yes, that's the one. Yep,
Yeah.
you bet. Just so I can understand, so that the requested assessment is essentially based on the analysis of other assessments in the complex.
Correct.
Okay. So you haven't based the requested assessment on any sales data.
Where we have sales price data, adjusted sales price data, we included it, yes. But it's not available for every unit there. That is correct.
Okay, so it is fair to say that no sales were used to prepare your recommended value.
Yeah, we didn't have information on all of them, no. We had the assessments for all of them.
Okay, and that's fair. That's fair. I just want to clarify. So
Okay.
essentially, it's an equity. You're proposing a requested value based on equity.
Yeah, this is an owner's view, Lance. The mass appraisal technology is the professional view as embedded in mass appraisal methodology. They're two related but different lenses, if you know what I mean.
Sure. Okay. And so you've selected the units here in your analysis, as you had mentioned, based on what you felt were highly comparable.
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree that unit 309, which is sized at 1,255 square feet, would be a better equity comparable than, say, unit 303, which is sized at 1,575 square feet, or unit 205, sized at 1,410 square feet?
Would you repeat that again, please?
Sure. Wouldn't you agree that unit 309, which is sized at 1,255 square feet, which is highly similar or more similar to the size of your unit than, say, Unit 303, which you have sized at 1,575 square feet, or Unit 205 sized at 1,410 square feet.
Yeah, yes.
So it's fair to say we're more comparable equity units that could have been used, but maybe weren't.
You're the professional. From my point of view, the larger units having such substantial decreases in assessments, starts to question the kind of approach you just outlined.
Okay, thank you for your response, Mr. Zacko. I think that's all of the questions for clarification.
Thank you. Now it is the board's opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Zatko.
Okay.
From the board have a question that they'd like to ask? I have a question for you, Mr. Zatko.
Yes.
When you mentioned that the assessor evaluated 984 units to come up with the mass appraisal, how do you see Moraine Ridge being different than any of those 984 units? You're using comparators mostly in Moraine Ridge for your presentation, but do you see Moraine Ridge as being unique from those 984 units?
That's the question. So, so if you take a look at the slide that I've just put up, and hopefully you can read, Madam Chairman, a little bit of this slide. The methodology outlined in Benchmark's disclosure document was excellent. And they provided all the data, the explanation, the unit-based approach. One of the big questions we have that maybe Lance can address is how representative are those 984 sales to Moraine Ridge? You get into statistical sampling technology, which I know a little bit about. I'm sure Lance knows more about that than I do. But that is the question. How representative are those 984 units to Moraine Ridge? There's different unit types, there's different zoning, there's different sizes, there's different amenities, and all of those 984 sales are units, they're condominium units, but they all have different characteristics. Now, if you...
Characteristics of yours that make it unique?
What is unique about ours is that it's an age-restricted building. It's not a choice. When I choose a condominium, I choose size, I choose zoning, whatever, like tourist vacation zoning. And what is unique about Moraine Ridge is it is age-restricted. It's not similar to choices you have in other units. That would be our approach.
What is the restricted age on your building?
Excuse me?
What is the restrictive age?
40.
40 plus?
40 plus, yes, ma'am.
And are those units available for short-term rental at all?
Up to 30 days in a year.
So are they zoned tourist home?
No, they are not tourist vacation homes. No, they're residential.
Okay, but how do you get up to 30 days a year?
Well, if someone wants to, if you have a nephew coming and they stay for 20 days, that's within the bylaws.
And you can rent
Beyond that, sorry?
You can rent that for 20 days?
If no rental, you have to be 40 and over.
Okay. No, it's not available for short-term rental.
It's not available for
Short-term rental.
it if you're 40 and over. Yes.
Okay, so if your nephew is under 40, they can stay with you for a period of time? Is that what you're saying?
It's like a visit. Yeah, they can visit for 15, 20 days. Yes.
Okay, I wasn't
No
aware of that.
longer. Yes.
Okay. All right.
And the financing of age-restricted buildings by banks is limited. So certain banks will not lend on tourist vacation zones. It's an investment property and they deal with it entirely different. Age-restricted buildings, certain banks will lend on it under certain conditions, but age-restricted buildings have less demand out there because there are fewer people looking for this type of unit. So the banks look at it as high risk. If I cannot make my mortgage payments, do they have 10 people potentially in the marketplace that could purchase it? Or do they have 1,000? They would want more potential buyers out there than limited buyers. So the risk from their point of view, lending on a unit such as this is higher.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Any other board members have questions for Mr. Zatko?
Not
I
for
have a
Mr.
couple of
Zatko.
questions.
Sorry, Mr. Krause, did you have a question?
No, I don't have questions for
Okay.
Mr. Zatko.
And Ms. Williams, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Okay.
Mr. Zatko, just during the presentation, you had made a distinction between larger units and smaller units, and I was just wondering if you could elaborate on the basis for that.
So this, can you see this particular slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so this got us concerned. This particular, our feeling is, and Lance can address this, this is just not part of the methodology, mass appraisal methodology. They don't say, okay, I've done all this, how does it all work out in Moraine Ridge? And does it make sense? And one of the questions we had for Lance and his company is, explain the market conditions that resulted in this. So the mass appraisal technology, I think, worked, but when you applied it as a whole to Moraine Ridge, you get this totally different valuation structure. And we just don't understand how that happens unless there's a huge change in the marketplace in Canmore, and we don't think it's this drastic. When we drill down and look at the data, larger units really benefited by having reductions, substantial reductions in their assessment values. So this all stemmed from the original chart that we put together via a combination of different sources. And the sales price was adjusted upwards by 10%, as you see in the bottom there. But then the assessment was reduced by 6.3%. So in the methodology that, as we understand it, was used by Benchmark, we then had sales ratios, time-adjusted ratios, applied to all those units over 36 months. This is the snapshot that started that whole process, which then resulted in differential increases and decreases in Moraine Ridge. And that spilled down to larger units getting decreases because of the factors that were developed by Benchmark, applied to those 984 sales, a sample, and then rolled out to all the buildings that Benchmark did appraisals on. And our question was, how does it roll out for us? And this is what happened to larger units. They got substantial decreases. It then meant, though, that small units increased on average by 20.2%. So they're the major contributors to the 3.2% increase in Moraine Ridge. You know, this is, it's not, it's black and white to us now after we've looked at all of this. But in answer to your question, that's how we saw it rolling out when we looked at the data. But you have to look at the data for the whole building, and it traces back to a really solid methodology used by Benchmark. But when you roll it out to Moraine Ridge, this is the kind of stuff that we as owners assess and ask ourselves the question, does this make sense relative to the past year? Is it a small change? Is it a big change? Is it equitable? Why do some larger units receive decreases of, $100,000 in their assessment over their adjusted sales price? That's what's happening here. And so that then translated down to unit 304. We're one of the rare units that had an increase of 6%. And when we look at all the other larger units, they're getting substantial decreases. And we're asking ourselves, is that fair? And we don't think it is.
Okay, thank you. I just have one other question. Just the plan, the certification of the as-built that we put into evidence as C2. So I know you have 1,246 square feet on that. And then when I'm looking at the Lance's evidence on page 10, which includes the plan of the whole floor, the dimensions are actually identical between these two documents, but the area that it concludes are different. Yours is obviously 1,246 and it's 1,301 square feet on the other plan. I was just wondering if anyone could clarify the difference. Because if the dimension is the same, the conclusion is different. So I'm just unclear.
Yeah, I'm with you. When there's a building survey, a builder's survey, which measures the outside wall of our unit and calculates the square footage. The survey that was completed, so that's 1301. The survey that was completed measures from the inside of the condominium, from inner wall to inner wall. And so builders will have a builder survey from the outer wall of the unit. And that survey that you have is from the inner wall of the condominium. I did not know that until the survey was done. So it's a good question.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. And Mr. Cousert said he had no questions. And Ms. Williams asked all of her questions. So I think we are ready to respond, to move on to the respondents' evidence. Mr. Wilegi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder, does the complainant have to not share his screen for me to see everybody?
Yeah, so Mr. Zatko, I think you can stop sharing your screen.
Well, I guess I'll be able to come stop sharing. Okay, done.
Okay, perfect.
Can you see us all now?
Yes,
No.
yes. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Very much appreciated. I would like to take this opportunity to start off just to introduce myself to the board as well as the complainant. Again, my name is Lance Wayloggy. I am an accredited municipal assessor of Alberta. I've been preparing assessments in Alberta for over 15 years now. Some of the municipalities that I've prepared assessment for include Tabor, Nanton, Redcliffe, Bow Island foremost, Vauxhall, the county of 40 Mile, city of Lethbridge, and of course, most of the town of Canmore. I've also defended assessments on behalf of municipalities at CARB boards, most recently for the city of Medicine Hat with respect to their regional shopping center. Some of the property types that I'm very familiar in preparing assessments for, outside of course, condos here today, but they do include special purpose industrial, apartments, golf courses, high-rise offices, shopping centers, and hotels. So I will stick to my document in my disclosure. I will be referring to page numbers and specifically the paragraph numbers. I tend not to go paragraph by paragraph. I will skip around a little bit, but I will let you know where I'm at. But feel free to jump in and ask if I'm too quick. Before I do start, I do want to say that it is sad to hear that I'm only a few years away from qualifying to be a resident there at 600 Spring Creek. That's a bit of a shocker for me. And with that, I do want to get into I do want to turn to page 5. I want to start in with the issues. We've heard a lot of information from the complainant here today, and sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming. And so sometimes I just like to bring it down to a simplistic issue for the board here today. Basically, we're talking about the market value of this particular unit, and the standard of review for market value has always been the standard of reasonableness versus the standard of correctness. So with the standard of reasonableness, essentially the question before the board here today that you'll have to answer is the assessment at $701,000 reasonable, or is the requested value or proposed value by the complainant at $650,000 more reasonable? So it's a lot of information to take in, but at the end of the day, it's what value makes more sense. What value is more reasonable? So to give you a bit of an overview of my presentation to sort of help the board in answering that question, my presentation is really going to focus on 3 areas. The first is going to be the background. I am going to try to answer a few of the questions that have come up today through the complainant in the background material. Then I'm going to shift into the sales comparable analysis. We'll look at 5 of the most comparable sales within the complex to establish what the market value or the most logical market value of the unit would be. And then I'm going to conclude with a bit of an equity analysis. So those are the 3 areas in my presentation that I'm going to focus on. And if I could get the board to turn to page 6, I'll start in with my paragraph 4.1. So residential condominiums are prepared using the direct sales comparison approach. So the assessor would use all the sales within the complex to develop valuation models, which are then applied back to the specifics of each unit by way of size. It is important to note for the 2020 tax year, 3 years of sales data is used, and that's from July of 2016 to June of 2019 for valuation date July 1st, 2019. So the one thing that we've heard from the complainant, and I'll try to answer the questions or the concerns that he's brought forward, is with respect to the market conditions adjustment, or what we most commonly call the time adjustment. So because assessors have to deal with several years of sales data, and it is a requirement by Alberta Municipal Affairs for our stage 1 and 2 audits on an annual basis that the assessors do submit 3 years of condominium sales. So that is a requirement. But because we're using 3 years of sales, and over 3 years, typically markets will change. You have markets that will compress at times. You have markets that will see strong growth. So it's very important, and it's actually a requirement of the assessor to make these adjustments to each sale to bring that sale price to the valuation date of July 1st, 2019. So there was a little bit of confusion with respect to the 984 sales. The 984 sales are used to develop the time adjustment factors for condominiums. These adjustment factors, of course, are applied to all the sales, all 984 sales, but the 984 sales were not specifically used in the preparation of the specific valuation model of the complex. Those 984 sales were just used for the time adjustment. We're just used to analyze time. And the reason why the assessor uses what we call a sales to assessment ratio analysis is because it properly, or is the best method to extract time as a factor, so the assessor can analyze time's effect on value over a specific valuation parameter or a specific date. So the complainant and the board had some exchange there about why are we using sales of different complexes to develop time adjustment factors? And the reason why we can use that, and we can use that confidently, is through the trending of the ratio itself. And the best way to explain it is if you have a superior property, a higher end property, it's going to sell for a very high sale price. When you look at the assessment of that property, the assessment would take into consideration the specific location and physical characteristics of that property, such that the assessment of that property is also going to be high. If you take a look at an inferior property, it's going to sell for a low sale price. Reason being is because the location and the physical characteristics are inferior. Therefore, of course, the assessment is going to be inferior. So even though you're looking at different properties, you use the ratio between the sale and assessment to properly extract time. You don't want any of these other factors influencing your analysis. And by using the ratio, you're extracting time to analyze that over the sales period. Alternatively, or to sort of extend on that thought process or that theory, oftentimes we'll hear from real estate agents, the average sale price, over this period went from this to that. And you'll hear a lot on the radios of, oh, the average price since this time at last year was this. And the problem with looking at just average sale prices is that you could have, from any period in time, you could have higher value inventory sell, and then the next period you could have lower inventory sell. The problem with relying on those type of stats, the problem with using those for any sort of a meaningful analysis is that it doesn't properly extract time as a factor. Properties sell for high because they're superior properties. And so if you're trending just a pure sale price or average price over the month, it can be greatly affected by the fact that maybe inferior properties sell in 1 month and superior properties sell in another month. That's why when you look at those types of adjustments, you see sort of a heart monitor effect. And that's really not what the market does. The market ebbs and flows, and it's more of a smooth. And that's essentially what you're seeing on my page 7 with respect to the time adjustment factors that are being applied. So a couple key takeaways there on the background and the time adjustment. 984 sales were used in the time adjustment analysis. It's properly used by way of the sales to assessment ratio analysis, which extracts time as a factor. And as you see, it does produce a logical or more reasonable curve over that time period upon which the assessor can apply the time adjustments. Before I get into the sales evidence of my presentation, I do want to go back and address some of the concerns that the complainant raised. So yes, if you look at the year-over-year changes in assessment, the assessments of the units increased and decreased. It obviously varied from the previous year. Now, of course, this is Benchmark's first year, first assessment role in the town of Canmore, and a different assessor did prepare the previous assessment role. I don't have extensive insight on how the previous assessor had prepared her valuation models, had analyzed their valuation models. The one thing that we found, my team and I, when we came in, specifically for the subjects assessments, is that the previous assessor had stratified this complex with other complexes. And so not only were the sales from Moraine Ridge being used to develop the valuation model, from what we can tell, also sales from other condominium properties were being included. And when you take a look at the sales data that I have in my presentation, in our opinion, it did produce assessments that were maybe a little high on some of the higher valued units and maybe a low on some of the lower valued units. So our approach this year, because we did have a significant amount of property sales within Moraine Ridge itself, 16 property sales, we felt that it would be more accurate, more reflective of the market to stratify Moraine Ridge unto itself and not have sales from other condominium complexes influence the assessments of Moraine Ridge. So ultimately, that was the biggest change year over year as I see it. And I'll demonstrate a little bit further in my presentation that I believe it did produce stronger and more accurate results with respect to market value of these units. So if I can get the board to turn to page 10 of my presentation, I'm on paragraph 5.5. What I'd like to introduce to the board for consideration is, of course, there's been 16 sales in the complex, and of course, all 16 sales are used in the valuation or the development of the valuation models. However, what we found, and I'll present it on my paragraph 5.8, is that we found that there was quite a steep drop off with respect to what a potential purchaser or what the purchasers paid per square foot of smaller units versus larger units in the complex. And so what we have here on paragraph 5.5 is the 5 most comparable sales out of the 16 specific to the subject assessment. That's unit 304. And I've selected these comparables based on floor and size, basically. So if you have a similar unit that's similar size, it's on the same floor, obviously that would be a perfect candidate for analysis in this particular chart. So I'll just go through pages 10, 11, and 12 here, and then it is concluded or summarized in the following chart thereafter. But you can see just before I leave page 10, we do have the actual sale prices of each of these 5 units. There's going to be 3 sales on floor 3. That's roll number 20496 or legal unit number 31. Roll number 20501, that's legal unit number 36. And roll 20498, which of course is legal unit 33. And I'll stop right there just to point out that the subject's property actually sold within the 3-year period. It was used in the valuation, development of valuation models. And as you can see, the time adjusted sale price was $703,800. So we have the subject's assessment, or sorry, the subject property selling within the analysis period with an indicated time adjusted sale price of $703,800. Just doing a kind of quick check against the assessment at 701, to me seems pretty reasonable right there. But we will continue forward. If we move on to page 11, I've also used 2 additional comps, one from the 4th floor, that's roll number 20508, that's legal unit 43, and roll number 20479, which is legal unit 14. So if we turn to page 12, all of that data is again summed up on my chart on paragraph 5.6. So all 5 of these roll numbers, their addresses, their areas, the respective time adjustments per sale price, all summed up in the table here on 5.6. So the key takeaway for the board here on my paragraph 5.6 is we have 5 highly comparable sales, one of which is the subject sale itself. You can see that the size ranges are highly similar. We have the unit sized ranging from 1,187 square feet up to 1,398 square feet. The average and median sizes of the 5 units come in at 1,288 square feet and 1,301 square feet, respectively. The time adjusted sale prices of these units, they range from 703,800 up to 807,700. When we break that down on a per square foot basis, we have an average sale price per square foot of $593 a square foot, and we have a median sales price per square foot of $578 per square foot. So just to kind of slow down a little bit, take a bit of a breather, you're looking at 5 highly comparable sales, which indicate on average a price per square foot of $593 a square foot and a median price per square foot of $578. So when we compare that to the subject's assessment, which is assessed at $539 a square foot, and again, when we have to look at this, we're looking at this under the lens of reasonableness, right? The standard of review here is reasonableness. So when I'm looking at sales data of 5 highly similar properties and they're indicating that the average and the median are in the high 500s, and the assessment of the subject property is at $539 a square foot, to me, that would demonstrate that the assessment is fairly reasonable. Moving on to the equity portion of my presentation, this is under paragraph 5.7. So what I've done here for the board is I've taken all of the units on the 3rd floor. I've sorted them in ascending order by size. So you'll see roll number 20504 is the smallest size at 961. And it goes all the way up to roll number 20494 at a size of 1,606. On the right side of the chart, you'll see the assessment per square foot. So this is what they're being assessed per square foot. And the intent of this chart is to demonstrate to the board that as the sizes of the units increase, the rate per square foot will decrease. This is intended. This is built into the valuation model. Again, I'll get into this a little bit later on 5.8. But we believe the market does react this way, and we've built this into our valuation model. Some of the things that I tried to point out through questioning of the complainant's disclosure is because the rates per square foot with respect to equity can vary depending on the size, it is critically important that if you're using an equity analysis, you're using the most comparable units by way of size in your analysis to determine whether the property is equitable or not. And if you see under the highlighted red, you see the subject's unit, roll number 20498. You see that it fits, relatively in the middle of the size range of the 3rd floor. And if you take a look at the price per square foot that it's assessed at, it's also in the middle of that range. So I've summed that up as well on the bottom of that chart. So the average size of the 3rd floor, 1,282 square feet. The median size of the floor, 1,255 square feet, which is very similar to the subject size. And the average and the median assessed rate per square foot are $549 and $551 respectively. So compare that to the subject's assessment at $539. This would demonstrate that the subject's assessment is equitably assessed with the units on the 3rd floor. If I could get you to turn back just one page, Madam Chair, and then members of the board, I wanted to address a comment that was made, or a question that was posed to me earlier on in the complainants with respect to the chart about how the fourth floor units and the first floor units are on a per square foot basis are valued a little bit differently. The analysis that the complainant put forward, it seems like a very a powerful analysis, and it would be if all of the units in all of the floors of the entire complex were the same. But that's not the case. The reason why that you have rates per square foot on the first floor higher than, say, the fourth floor, it is basically because of the size. And this is demonstrated on my page 11. So if you take a look at the main floor units versus the fourth floor units, you can visually see that the sizes of the units on the main floor are substantially smaller than the penthouse units or the fourth floor units. So when we're applying a decreasing effect as size increases by way of the price per square foot, that's why that rate per square foot on that main floor is going to be higher than the fourth floor, is because the size of the units are just substantially less. And to wrap up my equity argument, Madam Chair, on my page 13, that is point 5.8. What you have here is a raw analysis. I've made a few comments, and there's been a lot of discussion, good discussion here today about how the rates per square foot have how they come down as the unit sizes get bigger. This is intentional, as I did mention. What we have here on 5.8 is an analysis, a raw analysis of all 16 sales. We have this analysis in ascending order by the unit size. And what we're trending here is the time adjusted sale price per square foot over the unit size. And what this demonstrates is that as the size of the units get bigger, specifically within this complex, the price per square foot that someone is willing to pay for these units substantially decreases. Looking at this graph and implementing a valuation model to reflect what buyers and sellers are exchanging these units in the marketplace for, this is essentially the main reason why you're seeing some significant shifts in assessments from the previous year to this year. Again, some of the key takeaways is that last year there was a number of complexes that were included into the valuation model of Moraine Ridge. When you separate, when you isolate or stratify Moraine Ridge into itself, it's actually a little marketplace that reacts a little bit different than some of the other complexes that had been stratified with in previous years. So yes, the assessments year over year did have significant changes. I think it overall was an improvement. We did hear from the complainant earlier that he did agree through questioning that when you take a look at the overall market value of these units compared to the overall assessments of these units, whether time adjustment or not, they do fall within a reasonable range of market value. So even though, yes, there was some significant changes year over year, I feel that the assessed values reflect market value more accurately for the 2020 tax year assessments. And lastly, Madam Chair, just really quick, I'll ask you to turn to my page 15 in the argument section. The complainant touched a little bit on this in his presentation, but I do want to emphasize this because this is obviously it's a very focal point for the complainants is the year-over-year changes. And again, to restate, Benchmark Assessment Consultants, this is our first year preparing the assessments in the town of Canmore. We implemented a number of changes, which I think certainly were for the better and it had improved upon some things that were in place in previous years. The one thing that courts, Court of Queen Bench, CARBs, other LARBs have consistently decided on throughout the years is that every year's assessment is prepared independently of the previous. And it's a very critical point in this particular assessment complaint because of the implications it did have. But on the middle of the page, I think it's really important, and I tend not to read word for word, but it's such an important point that I did want to read a few excerpts from the quoted paragraph on the top of page 15. This is a decision, obviously, from the city of Calgary. It was an MGB decision many years ago, but has held true, and boards have followed this thought process for many years. But essentially, it's with respect to year-over-year increases, right? So while the 26% annual increase in assessment was significant by itself, it does not mean the assessment is necessarily incorrect. The board is aware that properties can increase and decrease at different rates. The board's also aware that different factors, whether negative or positive, can influence value from year to year. And lastly, a previous year's assessment could have been wrong. And in the process of correcting the assessment could lead to increases or decreases that are not consistent with some of the other properties year over year. I tend to not use incorrect a lot. I think a softer word might be improve. You know, when an assessor is looking to improve upon valuation models or improve upon processes and procedures, oftentimes you are going to see increases or decreases that may or may not be consistent with some of the other properties. But that doesn't necessarily mean the new assessment's wrong. I think what is important here today is that we focus on the market value of this unit for this year. And I would like to emphasize the sales comparison analysis that I put forward. I'd like to emphasize the equity analysis that I put forward. I believe both demonstrate that the property is assessed fairly and equitably. And with that, Madam Chair, I would ask that you, just before that, I do want to address the size issue. There was a bit of a size issue. You know, it's very minor, 1301 versus 1244, I believe. If the board does, sorry, 1246. If the board feels it's fair and equitable to correct that to 1246 in today's decision, I'm okay with that. The resulting value would be a reduction from 701 to 690,000. So it doesn't result in a large change, but certainly both values, I believe, would be within a reasonable range of market value if the board felt that was reasonable. So with that said, thank you very much for your time, Madam Chair and members of the board. I open the floor to questions.
Okay. Now the complainant has an opportunity to ask questions of the respondent. Mr. Wilegi. Mr. Zatko, do you have any questions for Mr. Wilegi?
Yes. Some are minor, some are major. One of the presentation by Benchmark and their documentation is excellent. What we, and I think the board may consider or may not consider, is we are not making a complaint on the increase in assessments. Overall, it's the distribution of assessments within Moraine Ridge and the impact on 304 and 310. So we did read that analysis of court cases provided by Benchmark. And in that case, the 26% increase in assessments was overruled by the court for the reasons Lance mentioned. But it's the distribution of the assessment increases and decreases in Moraine Ridge, which is the issue for us. And I think I went through that. I'm sorry you couldn't see the full graphics, but hopefully the main points got across there. The other big issue for us is what is the responsibility? We saw in the court cases that Benchmark is, their analysis is independent. Well, of last year's assessment, who is responsible with the town of Canmore to ensure a level of consistency and confidence in the public that year to year assessments being done are reasonable and have some consistency to them. So next year, the town of Canmore hires another firm, which comes up with completely different results. Who is responsible for ensuring, or at least considering, that there's some consistency from year to year that aren't so dramatic in terms of changes as we see here in 2020 versus 2019? The legislation did not deal with that, except to say Benchmark is not responsible for last year's assessment. Fair ball. But who is? Who takes a look at the assessments for Moraine Ridge in 2020, looks at mass appraisal approach, makes sense, but when you put 2019 together with 2020, there are huge differences, as we have outlined, vis-a-vis the distribution of assessments, where large units get substantial decreases and small units get substantial increases. Who's responsible for that? Or is it a non-issue? Does nobody deal with it? Benchmark is the expert. We've looked at the
Chair, on a point
Yes.
of order.
Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Kelsey.
I think you're asking for questions here, and it seems like this is a conclusion statement that can come. There was a question there. I didn't know if Mr. Wayloggy wanted to comment on significant changes year to year. I think he mentioned before, but there was a question there. And I was just wondering if we could limit it to questions.
Care to weigh in on who the oversight body is for assessment?
Yeah, so I mentioned it previously. So the oversight body for assessment is Alberta Municipal Affairs. They have an assessment audit department. So the assessor is audited on a stage 1 and a stage 2 audit on an annual basis, and then the assessor is audited on a stage 3, which is called a detailed audit, periodically. So it could be 3 to 5 years. Every 3 to 5 years, an auditor would do a detailed audit. So there are eyes on the assessment function on an annual basis. The reason for that is because every municipality remits education tax to the province, and the way that they do that is through the equalized assessment. So because of the equalized assessment is critically important for all municipalities to be assessed accurately, fairly. And so that's essentially what that department does in Alberta Municipal Affairs. They make sure on an annual basis that assessments are meeting the regulated standards outlined in the regulations, and that they're doing and preparing their jobs in a manner which is consistent with best practices.
So does that answer your question, Mr. Zatko, about whose responsibility is to ensure that assessments are fair and equitable?
Yes, it's not yours and it's not Benchmark's. It's someone else.
Well, it's a oversight body from the Alberta government, municipal affairs.
Correct. My question to Benchmark is, when we looked at 50% inequities in assessment values, as one of our tables demonstrated, in terms of a question, this is not part of the criteria, I'm assuming, that the mass appraisal technology takes a look at. It's market value equity analysis. Is that correct?
Yeah, when we prepare the valuation models, it is based obviously purely on the market data, purely on the market driven data. So again, I don't have too much insight on what happened last year. All I can say is that my team and I we use the market data specifically within Moraine Ridge to develop a valuation model specifically for that complex. We feel it's fair. We feel it's equitable. We feel it reflects the values that are being exchanged for those units.
Okay, thank you. I think my last question is, as part of your mandate, when you take a look at these 16 units in Moraine Ridge, as part of your mandate, when you roll that out to Moraine Ridge as a building as a whole, is that part of one of the analysis you do to see how it rolls out in a building like Moraine Ridge, or is that something you do not take a look at?
Yeah. So what you're talking about is what we would call an assessment to sales ratio analysis. So if you're as an assessor, if you want to test the quality of your assessment model, what you do at the end of the day is you develop your assessment model, then you apply those assessments en masse to the properties, and then you test those against the sales data, right? So the ratio that you use for that is actually the inverse of the time adjustment ratio. It would be the assessment to sale ratio, and so that would give you an indication of vertical and horizontal quality. So, for example, if the median assessment to sales ratio is 1.00, that would mean the median or the assessment model would fall essentially at market value, or the indicated market value that you would see in the sales. So the assessor for a stratification of property, as per the regulations, the assessor can be within 0.95 for that median ratio, up to 1.05. So the assessment model can be within a reasonable range of market. It could be a little bit low, or it could be a little bit high. Both would be acceptable.
So thank you, and that was well made in your documentation. My question still is, I think you're saying that the analysis you use for the 16 units is sound in terms of mass appraisal technology for all the reasons you mentioned. But my question is, as part of your mandate, when we looked at Moraine Ridge as a whole, did the rollout of all of the factors in Moraine Ridge make sense? So in the analysis we prepared, we had large unit decreases, smaller unit increases, flipping evaluations by floor. When you look at the rollout of the 16 units of Moraine Ridge, does it make sense in terms of the building? Is that part of your mandate, or it is what it is?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're trying to get at, because at the end of the day, the valuation model is applied, and certainly, someone is going to ask what are the impacts, right? What is this?
Yes.
And certainly for a property owner, the impact is obviously going to be, well, what did the assessment do since the previous year? I think the best way to describe my comfort level with the rollout of the assessment is if you go back to my page 13, and if we take a look at that graph at the bottom. If you can kind of see the trend of that graph, and with respect to the larger units. So once you get to 14, 15, of course, there's a 1,600 square foot unit. Once you get to that unit, the trending analysis would indicate that the prices per square foot of these units are going to fall, under $500 a square foot. If you take a look at the previous year's assessment, some of these units were being assessed at 576 or high fives. And so when you're asking me about, the impacts and essentially the comfort level of the rollout, when I look at that, that to me seems reasonable. It seemed to me like the higher sized units last year were a bit overassessed, and the correction of that assessment lines up a lot better with the indicated sales data.
Okay, thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, thanks for that.
Madam Chair, can I just pick up on that exact line of questioning for a second?
Yes, since Mr. Zatko has no further questions, it is now the board's opportunity to question the respondent. So please start, Mr. Krauser.
Thanks. Mr. Zatko brought up something I hadn't considered, and it has to go with the assessment to sale ratio that you were referring to, Mr. Wayloggy. And if I look at page 2, it's table 1 of the complainants of C1, the complainant's argument. There's information about those 16 sales right next to the assessment, and just by quick math, it looks like it falls a little bit below that 0.93 or 0.95 minimum for the sales to or assessment to sales ratio that you referred to. Would that indicate that these assessments might be a little bit on the low side?
I think I'll have to do my calcs as well, but I think the assessment level that I had set the valuation model to was 95.5. So
okay, so that would take into account the whole building.
That's right.
Right.
That's
and
right.
so when you just take a look at these sales, and he was talking about these 16 sales, in fact, that would bring, it looks like the subject property would definitely be within that range of 0.95 to 1.05 because it's only 2.8 thousand less than the sales price. But, so in answer to his question, in fact, it could be argued that if there was only 16 units in this building and it was only these 16, these assessments would have to be higher in order to fall within the required ratio.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So the assessment level is on the low end at 95.5, I think is what it was.
Yeah.
But it certainly could be a little bit higher to get to the indicated market value. That's right.
Yeah, because I think right here it's 0.93 for these 16 units. But when you take into account the whole building, they would bring it up. And some of them might be over 1, and therefore, okay. So I just think to finish off that answer for Mr. Zatko, it looks like he's already done that work, and in fact, I think the answer would be, if you did that comparison, that they would actually, some of these would actually go up if you had to be within that 0.95 on a, each unit by unit basis. Yeah. That's correct then? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I think the median assessment ratio is still above 9.5.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it would be when you take into account the others. Yeah.
The thought process is correct. The assessment model is essentially on the low end of the range. It could come up, and the assessments of all these units could have been a little bit higher, and it would still be acceptable.
Right. So I had a number of questions for you, or a couple of questions further for you that arose from the response from the complainant's evidence, but I think you've answered them all, and I just want to verify that in fact I've heard correctly. So when a complainant was wanting to comparing 303, the next door, to 304, his unit, and 303 being at 479 square feet, and 304 being at 538 or 539, or not square feet. Let me start again. Unit 303 is $479 per square foot, and unit 304 is $539 per square foot. He was questioning that such a change. However, what I'm hearing from you is that's explained in the size of the units.
Yes.
Because the sales indicate that larger size units sell for lower dollars per square foot than smaller units.
That's
And
correct.
so that's why they're different. Okay.
That's why I tried to turn the board's attention to
Right.
making sure that in an equity comparison, you're making sure you're using the most comparable equity units by way of size. Because if you're going to use larger units, it's going to show a difference, but that's intended. So you want to use very similar sized units when looking at equity.
Right. And that was one of my other questions. With respect to his table 3, you indicated that you didn't feel that they were the best comparables, and you provided what you believed were the best comparables. Okay, that's good. So I guess my last question then is dealing with the size of the unit. And you indicated that you would be fine with the 1,246 square feet. And I did some quick math, and it's not entirely accurate because it would take a little bit more intensive math. But my quick math seems to support the 1,246 square feet, because the measurements used, as pointed out by Ms. Williams, the measurements used in the survey are the same ones used as on the drawings that you provided. And when I do a very quick math, of course, these are in meters, and when you convert it to square feet, it comes out right around that 1,246. So that seems reasonable. But my question then is you indicated that would result in a value or an assessment of 690. And I was just wondering how you came about to that number of 690.
Sure. Yeah. So it comes about through the assessment model. So the one thing that we have to be aware of is that if we're decreasing the size of the unit, then as we're decreasing that size of the unit, the assessed rate per square foot will go up.
Right.
So I've on my end, so correcting the size to 1,246 using the existing valuation model would place the assessment at 690,000.
And what price per square foot does that reach at? Because I was thinking along the same terms of what would be a comparable, and I saw those at 1,255 were received a $551 per square foot. And so obviously at 1,246, it's slightly different than that to get to 690. So what's
the price per square foot would be roughly $553.77 is what it works out to be. So it'd be a slightly higher per square foot than the 2 units sized at 1,255.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. That answers my question, and that's all the questions I have.
Ms. Williams, did you have any questions?
Just one, and really relating to the sales evidence in table 5.5. Unit 205 is obviously the most recent sale, May 14, 2019, which would obviously mean it wouldn't have to be adjusted as much. So I was just wondering why that was not included in table 5.5.
That was unit, what number was it?
It's unit 205, and the roll number is 20483.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the criteria for me selecting the most comparable units was essentially floor and size. So I felt essentially there were closer units in size, and of course on the same floor, that would be better selected comparables than say that one.
Okay.
Is that all your questions, Ms. Williams?
That is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for you, Mr. Wielegge. We were informed that this building is a +40 restricted And what you had suggested were that all the smaller units are on the main floor and that the units go up
No.
in size.
I'm just saying, when you take a quick look on page 11, and you just kind of look at the units from the main floor to the fourth floor, you can visually see that, you know, overall the units on the main floor are smaller than the penthouse units or the fourth floor units.
Yeah. And if it was a +40 building and those smaller units were more desirable for that particular demographic, is it possible that that contributes to the higher price per square footage of the sale because they're more desirable for that demographic?
Absolutely. And by extension, that's why it's so critically important to stratify this complex unto itself, right? Because each complex, each condominium complex, specifically this one with the age restrictions and the uniqueness of the units, its specific location, area, quality, condo fees, amenities, you don't want to start including other complexes with that, because these other complexes might not have age restrictions. They might not have the same designed units, right? So the valuation model, or the strength of the valuation model this year, is that it was primarily generated with the specific sales within this complex only. So yeah, by extension, that's exactly right.
And that's been demonstrated with the sales data
That's right.
because of what people are willing to pay for a smaller unit.
That's right.
And this particular building is stratified by smaller and larger units. Okay. Any other questions from the board to Mr.
No.
Wilegi? Okay, I'm wondering if we should call for a short break since we've been going at this for over 2 hours.
Do we want to, excuse me, Madam Chair, do we want to hear their final arguments and conclude this hearing before a break?
Okay, if you feel that we can do that, if everybody's okay to extend the time until the final
Well,
argument, rebuttal. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I'm hoping that there won't be a lot of repeat and just giving us the presentation again. I'm just wondering if there will be just, you know, because we've read everything, we've heard everything. I'm just wondering if it'll be quick and we could just close this off. It's just a suggestion.
Yes, and that's a good suggestion, and it would be up to the complainant now to present their rebuttal. And Mr. Zatko, would you like to proceed with that?
Well, I appreciate the board's and the presentation by Benchmark. The approach seems reasonable. We are still, the tremendous changes from year to year is the responsibility of someone else to take an audit of. The methodology laid out by Benchmark has a lot of value to it going forward. So I think I've made the major points and I'm prepared to move on.
And we're specifically looking at your item C3, page 1 to 6. And that is your rebuttal. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Zatko about any of the items in page 1 to 6 of C3?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Prosser?
Yeah, I said no, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I was looking down at the documents and I wasn't getting all the information from the screen. Sorry. Yes. There's a lot of information in your package, and some of it is drawn from the beginning of your presentation as well. So I very much appreciate the information that you've provided. Now, if there are is there any question from the respondent to the rebuttal that Mr. Zatko has presented?
No questions, Madam Chair.
And Ms. Williams, did you have any questions on the rebuttal?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right, so we've covered all the elements of the hearing. And I'd like to thank everyone for your cooperation and for your helpful presentations. And at this time, I would like to ask the parties if they feel that they've been heard today and if they feel that they have received a fair hearing. And I need a response from Mr. Zatko.
Yes. A fair hearing indeed. Thank you.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thanks very much. I will now declare the hearing closed and no further evidence or submissions may be received by the board. The Municipal Government Act requires a decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to make or beat these requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest convenience. And so I would like to close the hearing and take a break at this point, if that's acceptable to everyone. May I turn to the clerk and ask how long we should break and then go to the next hearing?
Yeah, it is up to you how long you would like to break for, especially rolling into another similar hearing where we're rolling over. If you'd like to do a shorter break right now and move into that next one, and then you could take a longer break prior to the next hearing if you'd like. It is totally up to you. We will just keep the feed going here. So it'll be the same recording, and we would just mute everybody and turn off cameras while we're on break.
Okay, how does 10 minutes give us enough time for a break?
Yeah.
Mr. Crosser?
Yeah, that's plenty. That's
Okay.
plenty, yeah.
So if I call a 10-minute break, we will resume again at 11. It'll be 11:37 according to my watch. So 11:40, let's call it 11:40, okay?
Yeah.
And we'll then go into the next hearing. And we'll have Mr. Honka and Mr. Zatko in on that hearing as well. So everybody just keep your microphones and everything working, and we'll take a break, and I'll ask the clerk to put up the break signage.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I believe we're just waiting for one more participant to join us. There, Mr. Wielegi, we were waiting for you. So I think we have everybody back now from our brief break. And I believe we're ready to start the next hearing. And can I confirm with the clerk that we're ready to go?
Yes, we are recording and we are live.
Okay, thank you. So the next local assessment review board hearing we will hear today is tax roll number 20498. And the legal description is 310. Sorry, I gave you the wrong number there. I'm reading it Let's start over. We'll call the hearing back to order, and the next tax roll number we will be hearing is 20504, and the property address is 310 600 Spring Creek Drive. I believe the complainant, Mr. Honka, is here with us today. Now, would you like me to go through and introduce everyone again for your benefit, Mr. Honka?
No, I've been, I believe I'm unmuted. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
And no, I followed the whole case so far since live streaming for a bit until we transferred over. So I'm fine with all, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair, it might be best to just go through it quickly, just so we have it on this hearing record.
Okay, we'll go through the steps of the hearing just to ensure that we have all the proper information recorded. My name is Vi Sanford, and I'm a counselor with the town of Canmore, and I am the presiding officer and the chair appointed to this panel today. The other panel members with me today are Sean Krausert and Andrea Williams. Do you have any objections to the panel as constituted? Mr. Honka?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'm now going to have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant. Would you please state for the record your name, organization, and your role in the hearing? Please indicate whether you are the owner of the property under complaint.
Yes, my name's Ron Hunka. My company actually owns it, Rescue Consultants Limited. Been owner of it for 10 years now, and I am the complainant on behalf of my company.
Okay. And now to the respondent's representative, would you please state for the record your name, the organization, and your position with the municipality?
Lance Wayloggy with Benchmark Assessment Consultants. I'm the appointed assessor for the town of Canmore and will be acting as a respondent here today.
Okay. The Local Assessment Review Board standard practice is to have the complainant present all the evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent, and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant, and then the panel. The complainant will have an opportunity for a rebuttal. And finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final arguments and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. If anyone needs a break, or there's a problem, or you lose your connection, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address those things as we go. If you lose your connection, then we'll wait for you to reconnect through the original link. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as was laid out?
I'm fine.
Okay. Respondent?
Yep, no questions.
Okay, thank you. I think this would be the place where we could suggest that we introduce the evidence from the previous case. And I believe Mr. Honka was on line during the presentation by the previous complainant, Mr. Zatko, and heard the evidence presented by Mr. Zatko. So at this point in time, I would like to read into the document that the evidence from the previous complaint will be forwarded to this complaint. Is that acceptable to the clerk and to the board?
Yes, I believe we still need to mark the evidence though, because there is C1 will be the same, but there's a different C2.
Right.
And C3 will be the
Yeah.
same. And then Mr. Wayloggy provided a separate packet that would have to be marked.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ensure that what evidence we heard from the previous case, which is slightly different than this particular case, would be included as we move forward, and then we will mark the evidence at that point. Is that
Correct.
acceptable to the clerk?
Yes, you can roll over the presentations from the earlier hearing.
Okay, so if that's acceptable to everyone, that's what we will do. And then I will proceed to the next statement, which is that both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. And to save time, I propose that we mark all documents for the record now. And that won't stop anyone raising questions about admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everyone comfortable with this procedure?
Yes.
Okay. So now we'll look at the evidence presented by the complainant. And as C1, I have a document of 17 pages, page 1 to 17. And then I have a document, page 1 to 26. Which is specific to 310. And then I have a rebuttal document, C3, page 1 to 6. And then I have a document from the respondent, R1, and that would be 78 pages. Is that correct?
That's
So
correct.
I have 3 documents on the complainant side, and I have 1 document on the respondent side. And the page numbers are correlated. Okay, so we will agree that that is the information we will be working with today.
Madam Chair, is the one document you stated, is it the slide presentation, the PowerPoint presentation?
No, because we haven't.
I'm in receipt of my C1, which is 17 pages, and the 78 page one by Benchmark.
Mhm.
And the only other one I have is the six or 7 pages of our complainant's rebuttal. I don't know where there's a third document or fourth document, unless it's the slide.
I have a document C2, which I'm calling C2, and it's 26 pages, and it includes a number of invoices and land titles that were
It's the-
submitted.
It's the
very
appraisal.
specific.
It's the appraisal.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's
Unit
fine. I forgot about that. I have that on my hard drive. Okay, thank you.
So those are the documents that were exchanged,
Okay,
and those are the documents that we would be referring to for your particular complaint.
okay,
For Unit 310. And the board all received that, and the clerk distributed that to the board. So the respondent would have seen that information as well. So I just want to list it and record it.
okay.
And so that is very specific to your particular unit. And that's not information we've heard yet. We did hear information about Unit 304.
Okay. I apologize because I'm in Victoria. I got here late last evening, and there seems to be with Zoom a slight time delay where sometimes it freezes and I'm only getting portions of stuff. And I don't know if it's only on my end or if it's happening on your end as well. But
No, ours seems to be working fine. I don't see any freezing on our side of it.
okay.
So if we agree that those are the documents we're discussing today, then we'll ask Mr. Hunka to start his presentation. And we're ready to hear your evidence if you're set to go. And keeping in mind that we've already heard Mr. Zatko's presentation, which also includes some of your concerns. And we're rolling that over into this hearing.
Yes. So good morning, Madam Chair and others. Yeah, I'm going to keep mine very short. I was going to do a continuation of the slide presentation, but I'm going to dispense with that. And I'm going to focus mostly on a couple documents. So if you turn to page or doc package C1, page 9. I'm only gonna, and again, I'm not gonna read all this. A lot of it was covered with Mr. Zatko because this was a joint project that we both participated in. So on page 9, I just want to reiterate that my unit 310 was assessed at 634,000 based on the 2020 benchmark assessment, which works out to just a hair under $660 per square foot. An increase of 16% over 2019, but a total increase of 28% in 2 years. Mine happens to be the highest increase on the floor, and I have the smallest unit on that floor. I had, which I believe you're calling I had a professional appraisal done in November of 2019, which put a market value at that time with comparable properties at 540,000. The problem I had once this came about was my appraisal was done within 2 months of Benchmark issuing the proposed assessment. And I just couldn't understand how two professionals can have a spread of basically $94,000, which is significant. Continuing down that page, Benchmark stated on May 25th that they look at any relevant information that would help determine a fair assessment, but yet my appraisal was not looked at all. It was completely included or had any merit. And then if we, continuing down that page, unit 405 is the smallest unit directly above mine. Same view, just one floor higher, it's the penthouse. And their assessment just on a voluntary phone call to the assessor or someone within the assessment department, I don't know. She had hers voluntarily reduced from 624 to 552 just by a phone call, $72,000 reduction. And I wasn't afforded that at all. And I'm the smallest unit on the 3rd floor. If we turn to page 10 in the first package, the table that we generated shows 405, 107, 207 comparable properties in the square footage. And as you can see, at 659 or virtually $660 a square foot, I'm about $110 a square for I'm quite a bit higher than other units. And I share a common wall with unit 309, and I'm $110 a square foot more than the unit right beside me. And I've been in construction all my life, and I do know I've built multiple houses. I've built I'm involved in commercial buildings and stuff, and I do know that if you ask a builder and stuff that, you know, to build a unit side by side, the cost isn't going to be $110 a square foot difference when you're finished with the same materials, same type of finishing. So I just had an issue with sort of the fairness and equity, which is what our whole tax system's supposed to be based on, and I just found that I felt it was not fair and equitable. So that's the only thing I really want to extract out of, the 2 pages of that document, but I'd like to also reference some of Benchmark's documents of what I believe is C2. So if we go to page 9 on C2, the very bottom comment section 5.4, it says, however, for homogeneous properties such as the subject property, fairness.
Sorry, Mr. Hunka, I think we're referring to R1,
Oh, R1.
because that's the
Oh,
respondent's document that
Yeah,
you're
I'm
referring to.
sorry, R1. I'll mark that. I apologize. So on R1, page 9, section 5.4, the very bottom statement, however, for homogeneous properties such as the subjects, fairness and equity is demonstrated through a price per square foot analysis. So if that statement is in fact true, then a price per square foot analysis when you share a common wall should not have $110 difference in when we share a common wall. And continuing on page 13 of that same document, there's section 5.7. Benchmark has used all the other units on the entire 3rd floor and came up with an average and median of $549 and $551. But yet I'm assessed at $660, almost $110 a square foot more. So again, for me, that my unit is in no way superior to the neighboring unit. It is no way worth $110 a square foot more than all the other units on that floor. And then, at least that's my feeling. And again, I don't think there's fairness involved when I'm paying $110 or being assessed $110 a square foot more. And then on that same page, section 5.8, he acknowledges that the subject unit is the smallest on the 3rd floor and that equity is best demonstrated through a comparison of similar units on other floors. But however, on this table, it looks like unit 405 directly above me, which is the smallest unit, should also have been used in the comparison, and it was not. And it is only pricing out at $606 a square foot, substantially less. And then if I use the math by that and multiply it by my square footage, my assessment comes down to about 580, and my appraisal came in at 540. And that's why I'm sort of suggesting meeting in the middle at 560. And that's my presentation in a nutshell, because the rest is all has all been discussed with Mr. Zacco's presentation.
Okay. So that concludes your evidence presentation for your complaint.
It does.
And the next item would be the respondent's questions to the complainant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any specific questions on the additional presentation by Mr. Hunka. I will look to address some of the issues and concerns raised in my response.
Okay, anybody from the board have any questions for the complainant? Mr. Hunka?
I don't.
Okay. I do have one question, Mr. Hunka. You did have an appraisal, an independent appraisal completed in November, I believe, of 2019.
Correct, that I submitted. I also had one in 2015, which I didn't admit, so I can't submit that one. But I've had two professional appraisals done in 4 years.
Okay, and so I think you referred to it in your documents. I think you said something about 530 that you had
Correct.
in 2015, but
Correct.
you didn't give us the information. You didn't present the
I
information
thought
in your.
Well, the reason I didn't present that appraisal is it's going back to the year 2015 as opposed to Benchmark's window of 2016 to 2019. So I thought it fell outside that window. I only made reference to the fact that in that period of time, in that 4-year period, 2 separate professional appraisers had come in. And in that 4-year period, my value had only increased $10,000, but yet the assessment, the assessed values had increased well over 160,000. So I couldn't see how 2 professionals can be so far apart.
Okay. You had also mentioned that the unit holder of 405 had called the assessor to ask for an adjustment of their assessment.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
and did you make that same phone call to the assessor? Did you have a conversation with the assessor asking for an assessment of your adjustment?
I can't recall. I do recall having a couple emails, and like I says, I apologize because I am in Victoria. I don't have my entire file. I only brought what was relevant to this case as far as these documents, but there was some email transmissions, and there may have been a phone call with the respondent. I'm not 100% entirely aware. I do believe, yes, he was in the emails. Benchmark was copied, as well as I had some going to the tax assessment department of Canmore, and where they had agreed that they would reduce, if I was willing, they would reduce my assessment from 634 to, I believe, 613. And I wasn't agreeable on that. So I says, I'll just, yes, that was that's what it was. It was through an email transmission. And my assessment was that they would be willing to reduce it to 613, but I'd have to drop the appeal, and I decided not to. We've done far too much work to just accept that.
Okay, so you did have some adjustment opportunity extended to you based on your communication with the town,
Correct.
with the assessor. Okay, but you chose to go to appeal instead because you wanted a different.
Correct. I just saw I just saw too large a spread between, why would my reduction be less than 50? I believe it was a $15,000 reduction, and that actually came from an email directly from Lance, and I believe it was a $15,000 reduction he was willing to offer me, but yet by simple telephone call, my neighbor directly above me, which has virtually the same size unit in square footage, a little bit smaller, but the table, it was not included in table 5.8 of his comparable properties, which, he says it's best that equity is best demonstrated through a comparison of similar size properties, and yet that one was not included in the table.
Okay, but we don't have any of that information in our information packages. The phone call is obviously a phone call, and the email was not included, so we don't have that information.
No, because I turned that down. So I decided, I had given my assessment appeal fee and felt that I wanted to just go before the board.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. So with that, if that concludes your presentation and the questions, I will turn to the respondent to present his evidence. Mr. Wayloggy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's two issues that are raised outside of what we've already heard today. So unit 405, 600 Spring Creek Drive. So the assessed person of that unit did phone in. They did provide documentation on the size of the unit, and the size of the unit was slightly incorrect. So there was a correction due to the size of the unit on that, down to 857 square feet. I had discussed with Mr. Honka about the assessment model and how it had been extrapolated for the smallest size units, maybe a little too aggressively. And so I think there was 2 or 3 units on the lower end, which I decided that I would cap the rate per square foot. So that would be $644 a square foot. So that's where the recommended adjustment came for unit 405. So 405 is assessed at $644 a square foot. The size of that unit is 857 square feet for a total assessment of $552,000. So it is assessed at $644 a square foot with the size correction, not 606. So it certainly could be in the equity chart that I have there on 5.8. It would show the same as the other unit, 644. So the recommended value that I proposed to Mr. Honka was based on that same logic. I would reduce the rate per square foot at a capped rate of $644 a square foot. And that led to, I think it was the recommended reduction of $619,000 is what I had proposed. So that's basically a little bit of background with unit 405 and the recommended change for Mr. Honka's unit. And I have no problem with that, Madam Chair, and the rest of the members of the board. If the board feels it's reasonable and fair and accurate to reduce it to 619 today, that was the proposed recommendation that I had put forth to Mr. Honka some time ago. With respect to the appraisal that was submitted, I really hope that the board members go through the specific comparables used in the appraisal report. So what you'll find, and to answer the question of why 2 professionals could be at a different range of value with respect to the subject unit, is basically, it comes down to the comparables that were selected by the appraiser. So the appraiser selected 3 comparables. We've had a lot of discussion here today on the critical importance of stratifying similar properties and using those similar properties to develop values. And the reason being to echo a lot of things that we've already heard here today, is that each condominium complex is its own location, its own market area. It has specific qualities, age, unit sizes, unit types, condo fees, amenities, replacement schedules, age restrictions. So every specific condominium complex has its own uniqueness, and really for evaluator, a professional evaluator, you should really try to stay within the complex when you're valuing these type of properties. So as evidence that we've heard here today, our valuation model includes 16 sales over the analysis period, and we stayed within the complex to derive that valuation model. If you look at the appraiser used 1 sale from the subject complex. It was a sale from 2015, so 4 years before the valuation date. In my opinion, it's obviously outside the parameters of our specific dates. The appraiser then went and used comparable number 2, which is 1 kilometer away from the subject property. Different age, different location. At the end of the day, it's a property that's not similar to the subject. And then if you look in comparable number 3, he went 3 kilometers away and grabbed a comparable in Crossbow Place. So, I mean, the question that I have as evaluator when I see that is, why, when there are 16 sales within the subject complex, 3 years prior to the valuation date, which aligns with the appraisal date, why would the appraiser only use 1 and then feel the need to go 1 kilometer to grab another one, and then 3 kilometers the other way to grab the other one? The question that I would pose to the board is, wouldn't 16 sales in the subject complex be a better indication of market value than just one? And so those are the things that in my review I had questioned with the appraisal. Ultimately, I did not agree with the appraised value. I felt that it resulted in arguably a low value for those very reasons. So in response to the complainant on the appraised value, I just didn't think that the appraised value had significant merit for this particular assessment. With that said, Madam Chair, that's outside of everything that's been presented here today. Those are the only two responses that I wanted to address in my response. Again, I'm fine if the board wants to reduce the assessment to my recommended capped rate per square foot of $644, which would result in a value change to $619,000. Thank you.
Now, I think I had a question for you. Oh, I did have a question for you regarding the appraisal that was submitted from the complainant. And the date on the appraisal was November 2019. Is that something that can be considered, since it's outside of the 3-year period that you normally would use for your assessment, which would be June 30th of 2019? It exceeds the date. So I'm just wondering how that factors into your time adjusted.
Yeah, so the answer to that is no. If you go to my argument section under 6.1, no, let me get you the right page. So the Court of Queen's Bench has dealt with this issue recently on what are called post facto sales or post facto information. So any information that's presented or disclosed at a board that is after the valuation date, ultimately the Court of Queen's Bench ruled that any sales data or any data after the valuation data is not relevant to an assessment complaint. So that is binding to the assessor, that's binding to the ratepayer, that's binding to the board. Which basically means that as the assessor, if we get an appraisal that's post facto, all we can use it for really is sort of a trend analysis as to where the market has gone. But ultimately, we can't use that in preparing assessments. We can't use that in reviewing assessments. We have to be fair to everybody, and everybody has to be everything has to be considered within the respective timeline.
Okay, yeah, it was submitted as evidence, but what I read from your documentation is that it's outside of the period of time that can be considered.
That's correct. So section or paragraph 6.7 is the two cases. You'll see the Court of Queen's Bench decision, which basically says relevant sales do not occur after the valuation date. The regulatory framework, as does the judicial rule, supports a general approach of not considering post facto evidence in the valuation as of the valuation date. By extension, this was accepted by a card board in Edmonton in 2019. Basically, the board there had said the board was not able to place any weight on the property presented by the complainant as it was a post facto sale.
Okay, so that's something that I needed to understand just from the numbers. And on the comparable appraisal, the same thing, the date is 2015, so that's outside of the 3-year comparator rate.
That's right. So the only sale indicator that the appraiser used within the complex itself was over 4 years old, so outside of the valuation date as well.
Okay. All right. Okay, so do you have any questions for the respondent, Mr. Hunka?
Yeah, I do. I do have one in regards to the appraisal. So the fact that it is a few months past the cutoff date, but you're allowed to go 3 years back for the 984 sales. That appraiser apparently, the only reason is there was only one sale. He compared it in Spring Creek. There was only one sale in comparable size, and the other, I was surprised by that as well once I got it. And he just used the comparators 1 kilometer away or 3 kilometers away to units similar in size. Your 984 sales have to exceed the Spring Creek community as well.
Well, again, to clarify, the 984 sales are just used to derive time adjustment, the market conditions adjustment. So 984 sales were not used to prepare the valuation model for your complex. Just the 16.
Okay, and then so your public records, you're telling me that unit 405 had a reduced square footage, but yet the public records do not show that reflected in the tax records. And so based on the tax records, her cost per square foot is $606 a square foot. Like, is that something that's going to get corrected then that I wasn't privy to? Or
I can certainly pass on the assessment summary of that unit to you and the board if you want to see it. But it was corrected. The size was corrected, and the value is at 552. Yeah, so 644 square.
so then
I'm not sure which document are you actually referring to, Mr. Hunka?
It would be R1 section 5.8.
I'm not seeing 405 there.
Yeah.
5 point.
Yeah, so that's what I said. 405 was not included in that table when 5.8 clause says that the equity is best demonstrated through comparison. So I do know that 405 is listed in the public records as 910 square feet. And when I just simply did the math of 552 divided by the 910, it came up with $606 a square foot. So
I can provide the updated record, the assessment calculation on that, just to show you that the size has been corrected to 857. If you want, I can send that on to the clerk.
Okay, yeah, and to me, because it wasn't included in any written submission, it's hard to consider because we didn't receive it in advance, and it wasn't something that was in writing. So
yeah, it's in writing in package 1. It's in writing in the first package. Find it here.
that on page 11.
I'm just trying to find it. Sorry.
I think there's a listing on page 11 for 405.
Yeah, well, so on page 11, 405 is still stated as 910 square feet and assessed at 624. But in our submission, and I believe it could be even in package 3 here, it states that unit 405, I'll just find it in our package 3, just 1 second here.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Mr.
not
Cook.
exactly sure what the issue is here. I mean, there's a difference. Mr. Hunka is saying that his understanding is it was reduced to $606 dollars per square foot. but that was based on an understanding of 910 square feet unit. And Mr. Wayloggy has indicated that what actually happened was evidence has been provided by that unit owner that shows it actually being 857 square feet, and he applied a cap of 644 square feet to get to that number. So I mean, it's just a narrative of what has happened. I mean, Mr.
Right.
Hunka wouldn't know that, and Mr. Wayloggy has provided that information. So I'm not sure what
Sure.
we're looking for.
Well, I mean, the
Yeah,
information package was adjusted after the package was prepared, I'm assuming, or all the information wasn't considered, but
Yeah, this
he-
just the
Mr.
reference. Oh, I'm sorry. The reference to it is actually under package 3, C3, section 2.35, where it says unit 405 had an assessment decreased by benchmark after the owner appealed it from 624 to 552. So it's clause 2.35 in package 3, C3.
Okay,
Yeah, it's also in C1 under that section that was quoted. It's in paragraph.
so-
Paragraph 4 of page 9 of C1 as well.
paragraph 4 of page 9, okay. Okay, and so Mr. Wayloggy explained why that assessment was reduced, and it wasn't just, it was basically square footage that came into play there as well. Any other questions for Mr. Wayloggy from the complainant?
Like I said, I had turned down the assessment request. You capped the square footage at 644 based on your model, and yet when you go to section 5.7 of the table and just have my unit on the third floor compared to all the other units on the third floor, every other unit, I'm assessed at $110 a square foot more than any other unit on the third floor. And I don't, again, that's my closing comment, is I don't see how my unit can be $110 a square foot. I know from a construction cost, it is not. A builder will not have to pay that much more when all the units are finished similar. But your, the units you chose to model these for and set a cap at 644 doesn't mean the cap you set was the correct cap.
Did you want to speak to that, Mr. Wayloggy?
Sure. Yeah, I suppose just a couple comments. So, yeah, you are the smallest sized unit on floor 3. We don't prepare the assessment models based on a cost derived valuation model. It is based on the market sales. I will direct you again to my analysis down on paragraph 5.9 in this particular document. You do see a significant decrease as the size of these units increase. When you take a look at the smaller sized units, yes, it would trend and would indicate that a price per square foot would be up in that 650 range. As I mentioned, I have capped for some of the other similar units. I have capped the rate per square foot at 644. Again, I'm fine if the board feels that is fair and equitable to do to your unit as well. If you turn to paragraph 5.8, that would put you equitably within the exact same rate per square foot as units 206, 104, 101, 201. So I think the sales would indicate that's a fair range. It is equitable based on my analysis under 5.8 with respect to those other units, all assessed at $644 a square foot. Madam Chair and the rest of the board members, I leave that with you as my last comment.
Okay. Anything else from the complainant? Excuse me.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do the board members have any questions for Mr. Wailagi based on the respondent's presentation? Ms. Williams?
No, I don't. I think all of my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Krauser?
Yeah. Mr. Wailagi, there's been a lot of questions raised and concern expressed around fairness and equitable assessment. And the basis of that concern and those questions go from things being valued at a square foot at relatively the same to something that's valued at varying amounts per square foot based on your analysis of the sales. Isn't it fair? I'm just thinking another way to look at this is that if your analysis is correct, it would suggest that in fact assessments before, when they were valued at the same, were perhaps inequitable, in that some units would have been under assessed and some units over assessed, even though they look to be in the same vein. Isn't that flipping it on its side? Isn't that another way of looking at this?
You're 100% correct. That's exactly what we found when we started to review some of the work or previous assessment models in place. We did feel that the lower valued units were underassessed and the higher sized units were overassessed. And this year's assessment model, although it did result in quite a bit of shifting, I believe addressed that.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay, if there are no other questions from the board, we can move on to the complainant's rebuttal evidence, which would be contained in C3, page 1 to 6. Is there something you would like to present from that document, Mr. Honka?
I don't believe so. I think we have covered everything. Obviously, I wasn't privy to the fact that the unit above me the square footage had been reduced to the point because the public records don't show that. And I needed a reason why. And I guess the end result is just that if you as a buyer were to buy any unit on the third floor and they're all similar, they vary in size, you may question yourself why you would be paying $110 a square foot more for a unit bordering another unit with the same view, same floor, sharing one wall. And that's the only issue that I'm going to leave you with, is that again, if everything's based on fairness and equitability, how can two unit owners side by side that have just a varying square footage pay so much or be assessed so differently? So that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
And does Mr. Wailagi have any questions for the complainant?
No, I have no questions.
And does anybody from the board have any questions?
Thanks.
No.
Okay, so I think we have covered all the information that we need to share. And thank you for everyone for your cooperation and for your helpful presentations. At this time, I would like to ask the parties if they feel they have been heard today and if they feel that they have received a fair hearing. That's a question for Mr. Honka.
Yes, I do.
And from the respondent?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. With that, then I will now declare the hearing closed and no further evidence or submissions may be received by the board. The Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to meet or beat these requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest opportunity. Now, I would like to determine that we should have a lunch break.
And
And
sorry to interject, Madam Chair. We've just been in correspondence with the next complainant. And because we're running quite a bit behind schedule, the boardroom and technology that he had available to him runs out at 1 p.m. So he is wondering, he says his presentation is very short, and he's wondering if it's possible to push through, or else he won't be able to be part of the hearing for the whole time.
okay, I know we have run a bit over time by having that second hearing consecutively. How does everybody feel about staying to hear the next hearing? And is that going to be a time crunch for us to have a half-hour hearing if the complainant runs out of time?
I suppose, yeah, I suppose it's tricky either way. He seems to feel that he'll have the opportunity to make his presentation, and I suppose we can go from there. Otherwise, he won't have any opportunity to present after that 1 o'clock because he's lost his sort of connection to this technology.
Okay, so would the board be okay to stay for another half an hour minimum?
Yes.
Ms. Williams, is that okay with you?
Yep, that's good.
I suppose if you'd like, to do a 5-minute sort of recess, I can appreciate if you need a quick snack or a drink or something, and then we can get the technology set up for this.
Well, I think we just had a break an hour ago, so I think everybody should be okay to continue unless
I'm good.
there's urgency. Okay.
I'm fine. with
Well,
it.
I'm happy to continue if that makes a difference to the complainant.
Okay, we're just trying to get him back in the waiting room. It looks like he's been bumped, so.
We will now proceed to our next scheduled hearing, and we'll have the complainants please log off from the previous hearings.
Yeah, thank you. Trying to
Thank you so
find-
much. And the respondent can stay online. You're here. Yes, okay.
Yeah, sorry, still just trying to get him back in here. One moment, please.
How are we doing?
Just one more moment. I believe we're on the train.
Sorry, we think we've had a bit of a technology glitch and we might have to actually stop the meeting, or actually, 1 second, we might have fixed it.
Great, they're now
Sorry.
joining the meeting.
Apologies for that. That was an error on our end there.
Oh, that was amazing. That's
Okay.
great. We can see you. And I'm hoping that we can hear you at some point. Can you just unmute your mic for a sec so we can see if we can hear you? Mr.
Yes, hi, this is Chris here.
Okay, great.
you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you. All right. we
Okay, can you see me too?
We can hear you.
Okay, can you see me too?
We certainly can.
Okay, good, excellent. All right, well, I'll hang up then with the clerk.
Okay. So if you just mute your microphone, I'll start the hearing.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. And welcome to this Canmore Local Assessment Review Board hearing. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll number 17018. The property address is 21210 Lincoln Park. I will start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Vi Sanford. I'm a counselor with the town of Canmore, and I am the presiding officer and chair appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are Sean Krausert and Andrea Williams. Does anyone have any objections to the panel as constituted? And that would be an answer from Mr.
None from the
Donor.
respondent, Madam Chair.
No objection.
Okay, great, thank you. I wonder if you could just point your camera a little bit higher so we can see your whole face,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Yeah, there we go, okay,
Okay, all right, there you go.
thanks. I'm now going to have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant. Would you please state for the record your name, organization, and your role in the hearing? And please indicate whether you are the owner of the property under complaint.
Okay, all right, so my name is Christoph Donor. I am me and my wife who are the owners of CDK Management, and that's the legal entity, our holding company that owns the units, the 4 units in question, unit 212, 211, 312, and 311. And I want to thank the board for accommodating the hearing. You know, I know I'm the last man standing between you and your lunch, but I'm in a hotel room in Peace River, and they're going to kick me out in about 20 minutes here. And I've talked to the front desk twice already. And they might just cut off the internet. If that happens, I'm sorry. Just nothing I can do.
So as a preliminary matter, as the board, we can determine if we will hear all of the files and tax roll appeals or the complaints together. So we've got you registered for 17018, 17019, 17020, and 17021. Is that acceptable to the board to hear from Mr. Donor for all of those case numbers?
Makes sense to
Yes.
me.
Yes.
Then we will proceed, and your information that you provide will be relevant to all of the files as above. And
Correct.
is that acceptable to the respondent as well?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, to the respondent's representative, would you please state for the record your name, your organization, and your position with the municipality?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lance Wayloggy. I'm with Benchmark Assessment Consultants. I'm the appointed assessor for the town of Canmore, and I will be the respondent on behalf of the town here today.
Okay. The Local Assessment Review Board standard practice is to have the complainant present all the evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant and then the panel. The complainant will have an opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final arguments and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. If anyone needs a break or if you lose your internet, we'll wait for you to come back. But if there's a problem, let us know and we will try and accommodate you. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as was laid out?
Yes.
So the preliminary issues that we've discussed is that we will hear all 4 cases together. And I see that both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. Now, we should mark our disclosure evidence. And so as C1, I have a 3-page document presented by Mr. Donor. Is that correct? Page 1 to 3?
Yes.
Okay. And then I have some assessment documents as well. I've got the 2019 assessment, the 2020 assessment, and the 2018 assessment, the last 3 years. Does the clerk have a number on those pages? How many assessment documents there are? Does Mr. Donor have a document total for those pages of
Sorry.
assessment?
Sorry, we're just trying to get that.
I did receive the assessment documents from Mrs. Dalrymple. So I do have it in my email, and I'm not introducing any new evidence.
I'm just pulling it up to get it all.
There's 5 pages of assessment.
1, 2, 3.
So page 1 to 5 is the assessment documents.
I see, yes, I see
I see
5
5.
of the assessment roll.
Okay. So the assessment rolls. Okay. And then are there any other documents that need to be included in the document submissions on Mr. Donor's behalf for all those properties? Because now we're reviewing 4 properties, right? So does that conclude the document exchange?
I believe there's an additional. I believe there's an additional listing of a property for 10 Lincoln Park, number 209-309 Canmore.
Right. So that's a 1-page listing document, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we've got the letter, we've got the assessment documents, and that 1 page of listing.
There's also a table that's been put together that is a compilation table that
Right.
brings together the assessment values for a number of years.
And that would be C4?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, okay. Got that here too. Okay, so we'll call that C4. And that's a 1-page. So I've got C1, C2, C3, C4. on behalf of the complainant. And then on behalf of the respondent, I have 4 different assessment review board submissions. And do they vary in pages?
Just double check here.
So I've got 61 pages for 7018. That sound right? Page 1
Right.
to 61?
Yep, that's right. And 61 pages for 19, 17019. Bear with me.
Okay.
63 pages for 17020. And 63 pages for 17021.
Okay. And those are the 4 documents that you will be referring to.
That's correct.
Great. All right, then, now that we've concluded the document exchange and marking, I will ask if Mr. Donor, you are ready to present your evidence. We're ready to hear your evidence whenever you're
Okay,
ready to
great.
start presenting.
Finally, wonderful. Okay, so I had the pleasure of listening to the previous hearings. So one of the things that I heard a lot is basically a standard of reasonableness. So we've been talking about making sure that assessments are reasonable. So I think, maybe in this hearing and some of my arguments, you will see that I believe, and hopefully, you come to the same conclusion, that a lot of these things are maybe not reasonable. So let's maybe start with the evidence that I submitted. So I'll be using the first 3 points really to state my case. So point number 1 talks about the history. Now I understand clearly from Lance and from others that historical tax assessment are not necessarily an indicator for the future. However, I just want to put things in perspective a little bit. So if you look at evidence C4, which is the compiled Excel file, I think, showing the tax assessments, you will see in 2018, if you add up all the assessments for these 4 units, they all come up to $402,000. Then between 2018 and 19, the assessments jumped by 96% to 789,000. So that basically almost doubled the property taxes right there. And then between 2019 and 2020, the assessments jumped another 15%. So we heard from the previous respondents that very clearly it's common knowledge, CREP and all the real estate associations gave it out. Condominium values have dropped by 2.8% year over year. And here the assessments, they go up by 15% between 2019 and 2020. Now our tenants there are Kenmore locals. Some of them are taxi drivers, teachers, waiters, maybe some chefs. So there's a constant complaint from the town of Kenmore that housing in Kenmore is too expensive. So the local frontline workers, the workforce cannot afford housing. And here we are doubling the property taxes and the property assessment. So I have a really hard time going to a taxi driver and jacking up the rent by $100 to $200 a month because the property assessment and the property taxes doubles. It's very hard to justify. So I just want to put this in perspective. And when I saw this, of course, that's when I started to look a little bit closer and also really question the methodology that was applied by Benchmark consultants to come up with some of the assessment values. So that's point number 1 in my evidence letter. Point number 2, there was 1 sale in the building. The building has about 16 units, so there were a lot of sales. There's only 1 sale in the building, which was unit number 209. Unfortunately, Lance and the property tax assessor chose to use that unit as a benchmark for all the other units in the building. However, that's very problematic, and here's why. So this unit basically consists of 2 rentable condominium units on 1 title. So basically, unit 209 and unit 309 are on the same title, but they have 2 doors. So to any investor or to anyone in the market looking to buy a unit, here's an opportunity to buy one unit, but get two rentable spaces. Whereas our units and the units that I'm contesting only have one door. So they have a completely different configuration and they're not comparable. So something that Lance said earlier very clearly, and I think it was around 10 o'clock, you know, to my previous speakers there, was that properties sell for high because they are superior. So in my opinion, and anyone who would see the units would clearly see that unit 209 is superior than to the units that we're contesting here. And the reason is unit 209 is a corner unit, it has an additional window, and it has the two rentable spaces. Whereas our units only have one door, they have one unit, they have one window, and they're wedged in the middle. So there's no comparison to the market and to a potential investor or to a buyer. Then I have a problem with the sample size. So here we are taking one unit and we're penalizing everybody else in the building because the people who bought that unit bought it too expensive in my mind. No, that's my personal opinion. I get that. Okay, so that's fine, but still. So if you look at it, okay, so we said earlier, Mr. Hunker, I just made some notes, sorry, but with Mr. Hunker, just in the previous hearing, Lance criticized the assessment that Mr. Hunker introduced and said this previous property assessment only used one unit as a sample size. So there was a critique. And now here we're using one unit that's not comparable to basically come up with a property tax assessment for every other unit. So I have a little example. If you go on the parking lot and you see two cars and both cars are red and they're the same brand and the same year and everything. One car maybe has a big engine, one car has a small engine, one has a climate control and leather and whatever, the other is just basic. We cannot take the most expensive car and a car with a lot of features that's not comparable and just transpond maybe a cost per square foot or per wheel or whatever to other units if they're not comparable. Okay, so then in the building, and I mentioned this also in my evidence in section 2 there, now this whole Airbnb and short-term rentals, that's a big thing that's coming up there. So I know for a fact that these people who bought unit 209 got carried away on the Airbnb, I'm going to call it greed, or the Airbnb train, which is part of the reason why I think they bought too expensive. Okay, so let's move on to evidence point number 3, and that's the condo fees. Because unit 209 has two rentable spaces with two doors, but it's on one title, they only pay one condo fee. Whereas we, for comparable units, like let's say 212 and 312, for example, they are similar configuration, they're right on top of each other, we pay twice the condo fees. So in other words, by the Alberta Condominium Act, there's inherent flaw or inequity built into these units and that reflect on the market value. So in other words, if an investor looks at both units, looks at unit 209, they can basically pay condo fees of $320 a month, but generate $2,400 of income, whereas we need to pay $640 in condo fees and to generate the same income. So in other words, on the net present value calculation, looking out, and if I'm just thinking about CRA's class 3 schedule for condominium depreciation, that's 20 years. If I just do the quick math, so this other unit 209, because they're paying less condo fees, they're advantaged, and they're advantaged by $3,840 a year in condo fees that they don't have to pay for comparable income. And if you extrapolate that to 20 years as per depreciation schedule, then that unit is overstated by $76,800 over 20 years. So in other words, if I'm an investor or if I'm the market or—
My name is Megan. I am with the Canmore Assessment Review Board. I'm the clerk. We're currently just in a hearing right now. And
Megan, can you turn your microphone off, please? Okay, sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, no problem. So anyways, if I compare unit 209 that sold for $370,000 to a comparable configuration of our units, which would, for example, be 212 and 312 or 311 and 211, they're all stacked on top of each other. So unit 209, 309, they are stacked on top of each other with two separate entrance doors. Our units, because they're on separate titles. We're paying twice the condo fees, as I mentioned, but comparable would be, let's say, 211 and 311. So from a fair market value perspective, if unit 209 sold for 370,000, any astute buyer would quickly notice that the cost, the inherent built-in cost from the Alberta Condominium Act, so that's nothing that can be changed. It has nothing to do with features or marketing or anything like that. That unit is, that our units, our similar configuration would need to be assessed by $76,800 less. So if I do the quick math here, the dollars per square foot really should be $311 per square foot and not $393, as stated by benchmark assessment. So in my mind, this whole aspect of of comparing different sales and condominiums at a micro level within the building, I think it really got lost in translation. It is necessary to determine a comparable sale and to determine a comparable fair market value. It is necessary to take the condominium fees and the cost into account. So at 1041, Mr. Orleans mentioned that condo fees are a differentiator between different units that can depress property values and property tax assessments. So what I'm asking is that we're please doing the same here, and please take that into account. Okay, let's see what else. So I won't even talk about point 4 and 5, because I think these first 3 points, basically state the case. Again, just in summary, the units are not comparable. There's only one unit that sold in the last 10 years. We cannot use that one unit as a benchmark for our units for the tax assessment, because it just does not make sense. It's a very different unit. It's like buying 2 different cars that are both red, same model, everything, but they're completely different. And one car costs $40,000, the other costs $20,000. So it is too simplistic to just take the square footage and the dollar per square footage for the most expensive unit or for the only unit that's sold and extrapolate it to all the other units.
Okay. Is that all you want to say about your complaint, Mr. Donor?
Yeah. I think so, because I think that summarizes it, and I hope you understand the issue.
Mm-hmm. And now there's an opportunity for the respondent to ask some questions of the complainant.
Sure. Hey, Chris, how you doing? It's nice to see you again. Hope you're well.
How are you doing?
I'll be very, very brief. Would you not agree that you have not, that there are no sales that would support your recommended values for these assessments? So if we accepted all of your argument that you put forward, the fact that there's no sales within the complex itself that would support the values that you've proposed to the board, is that a fair statement to say?
Well, but that statement is irrelevant, and I think that statement is irrelevant because the dollar per square footage, if we adjust it, if we take into account the condominium fee issue that I just described, and we adjust the dollar per square footage value of the only sale that happened in the unit, then the dollar per square footage value is $311 per square foot, not 393 or whatever was in the report. So that's why I think that statement, it doesn't matter.
But you would agree that situation that you've proposed is a hypothetical one, because ultimately there hasn't been, there's only been the one sale.
Yes, I totally agree. Yes, there's only be one sale, but it's not a hypothetical situation, because I'm paying twice the cost and the condo fee per square foot than, compared to this one sale that happened. And that's why we're comparing apples to oranges. From the investor's perspective and from a fair market value perspective, these units are not comparable because you're paying twice the cost. So your profit, everything is completely different. So any buyer on the market looking at one unit versus our units, would very quickly determine it, and say, look, I'm paying twice the cost. So why would I pay the same dollar per square footage? It's not a hypothetical thing, Lance, because I'm paying it every month.
Would you not agree, though, that the sale that occurred in the complex, even though it's the only sale, and it only happened 4 weeks before the valuation date, would still be the strongest indicator of market value?
No, I would not agree with that because the units are not comparable. Lance, if it was the same unit with the same cost attached to it and the same location in the building, yes, I would agree. But I don't see how this could be the strongest indicator. You know, it would be the strongest indicator if we apply the same cost, you know, but we are not applying the same cost. The cost base is completely different and the location in the building is different too. So my suggestion is we apply the same cost, you know, the same condo fees basically based on my calculation here, and we take into account the different location in the building. So I would gladly trade 2 of my units for this 1 unit because it's more valuable, and that's reflected in the market price, and that's reflected, you know, on MLS and the listings on all these things we shared. So we cannot compare those. And I mean, it's very unfortunate that that's the only sale. I wish we had another sale, but we don't. So we have a very small sample size, and you know, because we don't have anything else, all we're doing, we're grasping at straws basically. We're taking the only sale that happened that is not comparable, and then transposing the dollar per square footage cost to our units, which in our units actually came out even higher, you know, which is completely counterintuitive. And I don't think it's fair at all because it doesn't work. I cannot go back to the taxi driver and say, look, you know, we're jacking up your rent by 15% or by 10% or something like that because there's a mistake in the process, and you know, we are comparing apples to oranges and things like that.
I have no other questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. Does anybody from the board wish to ask Mr. Donor a question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Crosser.
So I just want to clarify what was just said. If I'm to understand correctly, Mr. Donor, you're arguing that we're stuck with this 1 sale, and so if we have to use it, there should be adjustments made to it to reflect the realities of the differences in the properties in cost and location.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. And you know, these differences, Sean, you know, they're significant. So from an owner perspective, you know, whether you pay $320 extra every month to the condo board, you know, for 1 unit compared to another unit, that's a lot of value because it really adds up over the year and over 20 years. So anyone buying a unit and comparing the units would see through it. And our units in the same configuration would not sell for the same as unit 209 because the cost base is completely different. And the location in the building, as I mentioned earlier, this unit that sold is in a more desirable location. It's a corner unit. It has more windows, whereas our units are basically, I mean, I hate to use the term, but they're basically broom closets. They're stuck, wedged in the middle with 1 window, nothing else.
Okay, I have a question for you, Mr. Donor.
Sure.
Could I just,
Any other questions?
yes, I just wanted to
Okay.
confirm, I'm looking at C3, which is the listing, and it indicates the condo fee for that unit was $320. So
Yeah.
are you indicating that is that the fee for every condo? So you'd be paying $640 for the equivalent amount of units?
Yeah, so unfortunately, the way it's historically grown, I guess, it's the way the building is configured. So that's the correct condo fee. It's $320, but it's per title. So this unit really consists of 2 units. It's unit 209 and 309. So it's 2 units, but they're on 1 title. So they're only paying $320. Whereas, unfortunately, the way the building is configured, our units, let's say unit 211 and 311, they are comparable with 2 doors and 2 units, but they're on 2 titles. So I have to pay $640. So if you break it down on $1 per square footage, you know, basically the condo fees per square feet is twice as much.
Great, thank you. And the location, you indicated that, I think in your, that the sale used was a corner unit, but your units are in sort of in the middle.
Yeah, and in the middle, correct.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Williams, do you have a question?
I did have one question. Just based on the fact that there was a lack of sales in the complex, I know your evidence doesn't include any sales from beyond the complex, but I wondered if you looked at that when you were doing your research.
Yeah, unfortunately not. So I worked hard in trying to find previous sales on MLS, you know, so listings that I could present to the board. Unfortunately, I don't. The only other sale I have, well, the sales I have in the unit are basically my own purchases, but they're from 2006, you know, so I'm not sure how representative they are. So for all 4 units together, I paid $365,000. That's for all 4 units together. And now they're assessed at 908.
Thank you.
The market did not, so Mrs. Williams, the market did not triple, you know.
Okay, any other questions, Ms. Williams? I have a question for you, Mr. Donor. The zoning for this building is tourist home, is that correct?
Yeah, it's a tourist home, correct.
And all the units are tourist home, so.
Yes, all of them, yeah.
And so they're all short-term rental.
Yeah, is allowed, correct.
When you mentioned that you didn't think the comparable of the sale was relevant to your unit, does your condo not have a unit factor associated with the condo fees?
Yes, there are unit factors, but the way it's handled, we basically pay condo fees per title. So the unit factor only translate basically into the votes, let's say, you know, you might have on bylaw issues or things like that.
Okay.
So as a unit factor, but again, from a fair market value perspective, if an investor looks at 2 doors and stacked units, and you know, they look at our units and they look at these other corner units, there's no comparison because we're paying twice the condo fees than this other unit, and this other unit is in a much better location.
But
And
as a tourist home, there's a significant opportunity to generate short-term investment or short-term revenue, right?
yes,
So,
but that's the same for the other unit too.
yeah.
That's for all
So
the,
some residents choose to short-term rent and generate that revenue, and some
unfortunately.
residents
Correct.
not to. Correct? But if you're a full-time resident, is it possible to sign what are we calling it? You can waive your tourist home opportunity to rent and pay a lower tax rate?
Yeah, I think that's an opportunity, but what you're doing then, you're decreasing market value even further, because the tourist home zoning, of course, in Canmore, from a resale value down the road, is one of the most desirable zonings, I guess, you know, that someone could get.
Yeah, so if you're a full-time resident in that building and you sign a statutory declaration, your taxes would essentially go down.
Correct.
But if you're renting to other people, that doesn't necessarily happen, is that correct?
No, and the other thing too is I'm not a full-time resident in the building.
Right.
Looked at I checked the Canmore tax side, and you know, to see if like my cab drivers, for example, could be exempted, you know, for their property taxes. But unfortunately, the way it's worded, it can, you know, that it doesn't work because I'm not a full-time resident and I'm just renting. I'm renting it out to others.
But I think what I just heard you say was that it is a very desirable kind of property to own because you have all that flexibility. You can either rent it full-time, you can live in it full-time, you can rent it short-term, generate that revenue.
Yeah,
so it has a lot more opportunities than a lot of other condo complexes.
Than other condo complexes. But what we're discussing, Madam Chair, is, you know, can we take unit 209 as a basis to determine the dollar per square footage for the remainder of the building? And this other unit 209 is the same zoning. So, and then as Lance explained earlier, many times this morning, we cannot compare one complex to the other complex. So every unit in that complex is zoned the same. So from this perspective, you know, I'm not sure if that impacts the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we can find comparables in other locations if we need to. But the tourist home zoning is a very unique kind of zoning that allows you
Sure.
a fairly sizable opportunity.
Yeah, no question.
Okay, so does the board have any other questions, Mr. Cossert?
No.
No, and Ms. Williams? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Donor. We can move on to the respondent's evidence, and that would be Mr. Wailagi.
Sure.
And-
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could you just put your microphone on mute, please?
Who, me?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll let Mr. Wailagi have the microphone now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suspect since Mr. Donor was listening in on the previous hearings, I'll forgo my standard introductions and I'll move right into the report R1. I will skip straight towards the issues as Mr. Donor mentioned. The standard of review again is market value. So we've heard the complainant put forth a lot of concerns and issues that would seek to compress some of the market values of these units. Ultimately, it comes down to the issue of what is the market value of this unit, and is the assessment within a reasonable range of that market value, or is an alternate value as proposed by the complainant more reasonable? You know, we've heard a lot from the complainants. However, at the end of the day, the way that we're going to establish what a reasonable market value assessment is we have to look at the market sales. One thing that the complainant had mentioned earlier is how I had criticized an appraiser using one sale within one complex. Well, I had criticized that's distinguishable from here only because I'm criticizing an appraiser who only used one sale in a complex where there was 16. In this particular complex, there was only one sale to use, right? So in both scenarios, as the assessor, we're using all of the sales within the complexes to derive the valuation models. I will say it is unfortunate that there is a lack of market data within this complex. I do feel that the condominium complex itself is very distinguishable from virtually the other inventory in the town of Canmore. The complainant did speak a little to the quality of the units and sort of who the units are marketed towards. They are a bit of a lower quality, lower rental type of units. When you look across the street, you know, you're looking at higher valued, higher quality, better location, newer type of lodging condominiums. So the reason why I'm trying to point this out is that it is very difficult to look outside of the condominium complex, even though there are very little or limited sales indicators within the complex itself. So at the end of the day, when we look at what sales we have within the complex, there's one sales indicator, but it's sold 5 weeks before the valuation date. So the fact that the sale was very, very recent to the valuation date, it is the only indicator. You know, unfortunately, we wish we had more data, but it is the only sale indicator that we have to lean on when we're reviewing the market value of this particular complex, and whether the market value or whether the assessments are within a reasonable range of those market values. So with that said, I'd like to jump into a little bit of my background. I will forgo a lot of my time adjustment disclosure in the background just because it's not as relevant to this particular hearing. As I mentioned, the sale occurred, the only sale occurred a few weeks before the valuation date. The adjustment that was applied to it by way of market conditions or time adjustment is very minimal. Whether we look at the raw sale price or the time adjusted sale price, ultimately it's going to lead us down the same path and the same conclusions. So I will go ahead and skip right into the evidence and analysis. And I'm specifically on paragraph 5.4. At the bottom of the page, you can see that the subject for the first comparable, or for the first property under complaint, that is roll number 17018, is unit 24. It's located on the second floor as per the plan, and the sale of the unit is located just 2 or 3 units over. It's right on the corner. Now I have inspected the property with the property owner, and he's taken me through some of the units, and I will say that all the units, even though they're not the same. They're not the same, but they all are highly similar. I wouldn't, in my opinion, I wouldn't distinguish any particular unit as superior or inferior to the rest. Really, the only major difference with the units is just the overall size. And as with the previous complaint hearings that you heard, you will see in the valuation model a small reduction for the bigger sized units. And that's consistent with a lot of the themes that we've heard today. So the units that are a larger size are assessed at a lower rate per square foot, slightly lower rate per square foot, versus the smaller size units, which are assessed at a higher rate per square foot. Moving along, I'll jump over to my paragraph 5.6. So again, unit 21 sold May 27th, 2019, a few weeks before the valuation date, sold for $370,000. So when we're looking at a time adjusted sale price per square foot, that's roughly about $392 a square foot. Just the raw sale price is about $388 a square foot. But the price that someone was willing to pay for a unit that's only 2 or 3 doors down, yes, it's not the same, but it is similar. They're paying $392 a square foot for that unit. And when we look at the assessments, and we do have to back up a little bit just because of the lack of data, from 10,000 feet, if the assessments are in that high 300 range, mid to high 300 range, and the only sale in the complex is transferring weeks before the valuation date at the high $300 a square foot range, certainly the values are not unreasonable. They're not way out to line. And in fact, they're within a reasonable range of what I feel would be market. Alternatively, the complainant has put forth some proposed values, but they're not based on any sales indicators. I can understand the arguments and I can understand the logic, but at the end of the day, these are all hypothetical scenarios, hypothetical adjustments, hypothetical what ifs. Unfortunately, we don't have sales that are specific or sales of the smaller sized units to specifically say whether the market would accept some of these arguments that the complainant has put forward, such that it would compress the values to the extent of the requested values put forward by the complainant. So in lieu of stronger information, unfortunately, we do have to rely on the one sale that was in the complex in May of 2019 to really establish whether the assessed values are within a reasonable range of market value. And in my opinion, very, very close. Like I say, the sale was in the high 300s, the assessments range in the mid to high 300 per square foot. So they're very close. They're very close. And as I mentioned, in lieu of any stronger information, in my opinion, it seems that the assessments would be within a reasonable range of market value. I would like to just end again on my argument section. That's paragraph 6.2. The complainant did make some assertions with respect to year-over-year increases, and he did disclose some information on 2018, 19, and 20 assessments. I just want to reinforce the fact that it was a previous assessor that was preparing valuation models in previous assessment years. We don't have extensive knowledge or background as to how those values were prepared, but we're here. I'm here to speak to the current assessments and the current values on the assessment roll. And when you look at the standard of reasonableness for this particular review, it looks like we're within a reasonable range. We'd like to have more data. We wish there was more comparable condo complexes out there that, you know, if we didn't have any data, we could maybe draw from. But unfortunately, this particular complex is very distinguishable from a lot of the inventory in Canmore, such that we really do have to lean on that one good indicator to really establish what a reasonable market value of these units would be. With that, Madam Chair, I thank you for your time. You'll see that in the 4 disclosures that I submitted, the evidence is all the same. It's just that the only difference is that each unit is a little bit different by way of size. And of course, the portions of the response documents will be slightly different, but overall it's the same response for all 4. Thank you.
Okay. With that conclusion on the respondent's evidence, the complainant has an opportunity to ask some questions. Do you have some questions for Mr. Wailagi?
Yeah, so my main question is basically, you know, Lance, I know you talk a lot about hypothetical assertions that I'm making, but isn't it true that you are making a hypothetical assertion that 2 units with totally different cost bases are worth the same dollar per square footage?
Well, again, I have to rely on that one sale. And so I wouldn't call the actual sale hypothetical. I mean, certainly how I analyze that sale and how you might analyze that sale might be differently, but I wouldn't define that as a hypothetical. We do actually have an arm's length transaction. It's a factual transaction. So I wouldn't describe, you know, how I view it as hypothetical.
But Lance, you're saying that our units are worth $393 per square footage with twice the cost base and not comparable to this other unit that just sold. I hear what you're saying. You say, look, you know, you have to rely on the one sale. That's okay. You know, I understand what you're saying. That's for sure. But, you know, it just does not work. So I think you are making an assertion that our units per square footage are worth the same as this other unit, with only half the cost and twice the profitability. So in the marketplace, from a fair market value perspective, it's completely different. If anyone was going to buy a unit in Canmore, they would look at the profitability and they would see right through it. So we cannot say, even though there was only one sale, we cannot say that the fair market value of these units is the same, because it's not. It's like if you're buying one car with a 300 horsepower, the other car only has 100 horsepower, and we charge the same. It's just not possible.
Well, I think the key takeaway here, Chris, is that you know, let's assume that all of your assertions are valid and correct, and would compress the value of your units. I guess the question before the board and of course to us really remains, well, how much does that result in? You know, what are we talking? Are we talking about value reductions in the area that you propose, which are 80, 90K or whatever the difference is from your requested value? Or maybe they're only 5 or 10,000, right? Ultimately, we don't know unless you have the sales. So all we can do right now is hypothetically infer that there might be some value reduction, but we can't quantify that in any significant amount. Fair to say?
No, it's not fair, because I did the math. Okay, so here's where we're at. This unit, this other unit, 209, sold for $370,000. I made the case earlier, as per CIA Class 3 depreciation schedule, condominiums are depreciated over 20 years, which includes basically an assumption that condominium owners hold a condominium for 20 years. Okay, so $320 a month times 12 months, that's $3,840 per year, times 20 years, that's $76,800 in including inherited value in the unit, as per Alberta Condominium Act, that we can do nothing about. So this $76,000, we're completely ignoring it, and we can't. So someone in the marketplace looking at 2 similar, you know, as you say, maybe similar looking units, if they look at it, they will see, look, I'm paying a lot more for this one unit than for this other unit. So the fair market value is not the same. So we can quantify it. We can take unit 209, 309, the one that sold for $370,000, 950 square foot, right? Square feet. We adjust it by the $76,800, and then we calculate the square footage, and you can do it yourself. It's easy. You know, it's $311 per square foot. So the adjusted value base per square footage for our unit should be $311. Now that's higher than my initially suggested values, okay? But it's definitely a lot lower than 390. So if we, I can continue. I have a page of math here, but I don't want to overwhelm you because you don't have it in front of you.
Okay, is that your only question, Mr. Donor? To the respondent?
Yes. Well, I have one more question, and but I don't want to get again in the sale assessment ratio and all that because I've heard it. But if the market, the condominium market values decreased year over year by 2.8%, how come that our units increased by 15%? And that's entirely on benchmark and not some previous assessor or anything like that.
Well, I suppose I'd again direct you to section 6.2 of my disclosure, right? In the board decision at the top of the page there, and that's the City of Calgary versus Tweedale Rogers. The last paragraph would basically be my response to that question. Furthermore, a property's previous assessment may have been incorrect, and in the course of having it corrected, could result in a significant year-over-year increase, right? So last year's assessment is not a starting point for this year's assessment. Obviously, when benchmark assessments came in, we're responsible to prepare this year's assessments, but we didn't have any inputs. We didn't have any say on the previous year's assessments, right? So unfortunately, all we can speak for is this year's assessments.
Okay, all right. No further question. Thank you, Lance.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Reilagi. Previously, am I to understand that there have been no sales in this complex in the past 3 years, except for that one?
Just the one, that's correct.
So the previous assessor would not have been able to go on any sales data. So they would have been using some sort of comparator that wasn't actually perfectly comparable to this complex.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for the previous assessor because I wouldn't know specifically, but yeah, we would just have to.
Because there were no sales, so they couldn't base their assessment on sales values. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for what they did, but they would have had no sales to use.
But there would have been no sales in the past 3 years, except for the one most recently in May of 2019, which you based your assessment on because you had actual data to base that on.
That's right.
And with the desirability of the tourist home designation, does that add to the value of this complex because of the flexibility that people would have?
I definitely, I agree with Chris on that for sure. I think it's a very valuable designation to have. It is a very distinguishable condominium complex with respect to the location, the age, the quality, the limited amenities, obviously the draw or the tenants that it would bring in. So yeah, it's a very unique and unfortunately we would have to stay within that complex rather than start looking outside of it just because of its uniqueness.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any other further questions for Mr. Reilagi?
I have one.
Oh, Ms. Williams?
I guess we seem to be dealing a lot in hypotheticals on this with the lack of sales. So I guess my question for Lance is, if we didn't have this one sale, how would you be looking at this assessment for this year?
Yeah, it'd be very difficult. Unfortunately, we would have to do what we wouldn't want to do, and that is to go outside the complex. Ultimately, it would be a very It would be a very challenging comparison, right? Because of the nature of this specific condominium and any other condominium that the valuator chose to use as a comparable in doing so. I will say I'm glad there was a sale to at least help direct us into the appropriate area of market value, and that we didn't have to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Williams?
Yes,
No,
Okay,
not
Mr.
from me.
Krauser. Mr. Krauser, please ask your question.
great, thank you. Mr. Walagi, these questions may be moot in the face of lack of evidence with regards to value, but you did say that you took into account larger units versus smaller units, so that smaller units maybe had a little bit higher dollars per square foot than the larger. So you took that into account. Why didn't you take into account the different location in the complex, end unit versus middle unit?
In my opinion, when you develop mass appraisal valuation models, there's a lot of things that would affect value negatively and positively. However, there's a lot of things that, even though they might affect value positively or negatively, would not result in a significant increase, such that incorporating it into a valuation model would not statistically increase the quality of assessments. And so we get this question a lot, not only in condominiums, but in single family dwellings. Why didn't you account for this? Or why didn't you reduce the assessment for this? Ultimately, a mass appraisal models is going to give you a really good estimate of value. It's going to hit on your key factors, but it's not always going to incorporate every single little detail that might add or detract value from the property. And when you look at this particular unit, it's only 2 or 3 doors down. Yes, it's a corner unit and it might have one more window, so it is different. It's not the same, but in our opinion, it's still similar. And for mass appraisal purposes, I probably would not entertain, and this is going into the future, I would not entertain, adding any sort of adjustment positively or negatively for that type of difference. I think they're within a reasonable range of being similar, such that you'd still have a good solid estimate of value the way it's currently assessed.
Okay, so not significant enough to put in the model. So would it be the same response that you'd have where if you're comparing the comparable, which is able to be turned into 2 distinct rentable units versus a unit that is only one, why didn't you make an adjustment for that?
Yeah, so largely adjustments are because of course the assessor is I wouldn't say highly critiqued, but certainly any sort of adjustment or anything the assessor does has to be backed by factual evidence by way of the sales, right? So if an assessor doesn't make an adjustment, it may mean because it wasn't statistically significant, or maybe there just wasn't strong enough sales data to even analyze that. And this particular case falls into the latter. And that's essentially what I alluded to earlier to Chris, is that, let's assume all these things are correct and there is a negative impact on value. At the end of the day, there's no way to quantify that. So we don't know if that value would be $1,000. We don't know if it's $5,000 or $10,000. So ultimately, not making an adjustment is better than just guessing, right? Not being able to analyze something to statistically support something by way of an adjustment. That to me is probably the lesser of 2 evils than just throwing out numbers, which it kind of feels like the complainant is doing by way of trying to make some adjustment from the sale price.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the board for Mr. Wayloggy? Okay, if not, then we can move on to the complainant's rebuttal evidence.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
feel
so-
free to start.
Yes, so I don't want to repeat everything. I just want to, make sure you clearly understand that I'm not just throwing out numbers, because I'm getting the invoices every month for the condo fees, which are twice as high than the other units. And knowing that in the marketplace, these two units would sell for different prices is not hypothetical either. I think, Lance, if you were to buy a wife for your car, and one car can do twice as much, but they look the same, you wouldn't pay the same price for the lesser car. This is not hypothetical. So the built and condo fees and the disadvantage of our units, that's a fact, and that's quantifiable. And I made suggestion how to quantify it. So I do believe it should be taken into account. And then I also think the standard of reasonableness, we are kind of ignoring it here, because taking one unit that's from cost-based perspective not comparable to another unit is not reasonable. Owners in this building, people who buy into these units, are not people who want to live there. These are investors. So these are people who want to, maybe rent it out to locals or to Airbnb or whatever. But there's a business case behind every market decision and behind every sale. The business cases are completely different, and we're disadvantaged on the business case. That's fine, okay, but that translates into a change in market value. So I disagree with the statement that it's better to not make, by Lance's statement, that it's better to not make a change in assessment than to do an analysis and throw out numbers. We're not throwing out numbers. I know that the property taxes have doubled, and I know that the market values between the one unit and the other unit is different. It's common sense. We're talking about reasonableness. So I implore the board to please, apply some reasonableness here and look at the case. Thank you.
Any questions from the respondent to the complainant's rebuttal?
No questions for the complainant. Thank you.
Okay, would the board like to ask a question of the complainant in context of his rebuttal?
I'm good, thank you.
No, I'm fine.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Donor. You had mentioned that your condo fees are very high, which we don't control and we don't take into consideration because we're talking about assessment here. But you did mention that you feel that the use of your property is causing you some concern. Now, is renting your property out full-time the highest and best use for your property? Other people are coming in as investors and they have opportunity to short-term rent, and that's why they're investing. So have you considered being a short-term renter of your properties?
Yes, of course. Yeah. So Airbnb is out there. There are property companies, they offer Airbnb, but yes, of course. So that would certainly increase profitability. However, the question at hand is, is the assessed value of $390 per square foot, and that's based on the one sale. So that zoning is the same zoning. This other unit, they have the same opportunity with Airbnb and renting it out in the short term. So yes, the question is there. However, that there's the revenue, obviously expenses and profit. So no matter how it's being done, the expenses are higher than this other property. So the fair market value and the business case is not the same. So if I rented everything out Airbnb and they would rent everything out Airbnb, we would still be disadvantaged. And that's why the value of the property is not the same. But
if you rented out your properties as Airbnb or as short-term rental, which you have the flexibility to do that, your business case would change. That's what I'm saying is you would choose the business case, but you have a choice. You can choose how.
No, but I only have a choice how I use the unit. I do not have a choice on the expense side of things, whereas this other unit we're comparing it to, has only half the expenses and they have a choice too. So if they rented everything out with Airbnb and I did the same, I would still be disadvantaged. So investor in the marketplace comparing the two units would see right away, okay, higher costs, less profit. So that depresses the fair market value.
But you have a choice of what revenue model you want to choose. And if you choose short-term rental, that's a choice. If you choose long-term rental, that's a choice.
Of course, but owners are in a business not of maximizing their revenue. They're in the business of maximizing their profit and, you know, optimizing the overall business case. So again, we're still disadvantaged compared to this other unit. So my argument is we cannot take the $393 per square foot of this other unit as a basic for our units because it's not the same. It's a different cost base.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any further questions for Mr. Donor. Well, thank you everyone for your cooperation and for your helpful presentations. At this time, I would like to ask the parties if they feel they've been heard today and if they feel that they have received a fair hearing. And that's the complainant
Yes, I did.
and the respondent.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now declare the hearing closed and no further evidence or submissions may be received by the board. The Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to meet or beat those requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest convenience. So we may now, the complainants may now log off, and I believe the respondent may also log off.
Nice seeing you again.
Thank
Good
you.
one. Safe
Thank
travels. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. And then I'll just check with the clerks.
I will stop the live stream right now.